Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. I found a restaurant in Houston, a place called The Rustic. You ever heard of The Rustic?
No, I've not spent a whole lot of time in Houston.
It's apparently a franchise, and here's what I found most interesting about it is it's basically it felt like a giant pole barn. It looked to me like if Yellowstone became a restaurant, this is what it would be.
Okay.
Yes. And so we went to The Rustic, and the wait was 3 hours. And I'm like, whatever. It was one of these barbecue, like you could smell, and the bar was great, and the TV situation was great, and the fan vibe was great. And I'm like, I'm not starving. I'll wait, thinking it's not going to be 3 hours. And if it is, we'll order pizzas. But they were like, well, we got another The Rustic 20 minutes from here. If you want to catch an Uber out there, you can be seated immediately. And I got outvoted. So we went to the other one. It had, not the entire place, but a good portion of it, Gator, had a dirt floor.
A dirt floor?
It was just dirt.
Dirt floor.
Dirt floor. Restaurant with a dirt floor.
Dirt.
It was dirt. So I brought it up. Yeah. I brought it up with, I think it was Jansen, who made the comment that in a lot of these authentic places, they will put on, like, trying to be authentic. Or I guess people who are like authentically into line dancing prefer dirt floors. So he was speculating that they might do some sort of line dancing at this kind of place. Now it also was big on live music. That was the other thing. The Rustic had live music, and one of them had a band going, the other one didn't.
How was the band?
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I was who's the one that was from Yellowstone that I liked the one song, but that was it.
Oh, Whiskey Myers?
Whiskey Myers. It had a Whiskey Myers vibe to him.
Okay.
Yep.
A little more hard rockin' version of country.
Yeah.
Heavier country.
Yeah, and I only liked the one song.
Stone,
yes. And I was like, maybe I'll like this band. I listened to the rest of their stuff. I was maybe not. Maybe I'll just stick with Stone. But anyway, great spot. And somebody said this is such an easy concept. Like you just put up a pole barn and build a big wood bar. And, there was like picnic tables and a dirt floor.
It's interesting when you go to other states and see how bars and restaurants are set up. I remember when I went to Arizona years ago, I was surprised at how the bars are all outdoors. Everything was outdoors. Yeah. And I'm like, this is odd. And I'm like, well, yeah, you're in Arizona, jackass. So, it gets to be 115 degrees in the summertime.
Yep.
You'd rather be, out there with some, kind of fan, I guess. But in the wintertime, when it starts to get maybe in 60, it's still nice to be outside and have the fire pits everywhere. It was really kind of cool to be there in January and see that.
Okay. So the word on our guy Laporta is that he was healthy enough to go through a walkthrough today, but they really don't expect to have word on him until Friday. So just something to keep in mind. Sam Laporta had a walkthrough today. Friday is the day that they'll have a better sense for whether or not he'll be able to go in this game. That according to basically all the beat writers that were there. Encouraging in that if you take us back, if you go back to the moment that injury took place, I'm glad we're having this discussion the following Wednesday.
Yeah, because it looked like that knee was kind of buckling. And like, please don't be ACL. Please don't be ACL. Please don't be ACL.
I wanted to make sure it was none of the CLs.
Yeah, no, I don't want any CLs in there. And it turns out that's the case. There's no CLs involved.
Improving was a word that was used today on Sam Laporta. So
they'll know Friday.
Come on, football gods.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet if they've talked about James Houston coming back. So I haven't seen that. Maybe we'll find that out when they get
was there anything on Khalif? There had to be something on Khalif.
I haven't seen anything on Khalif yet either.
Here's a direct quote. I'm going to read this from Colton Pouncey, beat writer that covers the Detroit Lions for The Athletic. He's improving. He was out there and walked through. I don't foresee us knowing anything or feeling like we have a real good picture until Friday afternoon, but he's improving. So there's the quote. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Craig is next on 97.1. Hi, Craig.
Good afternoon, guys. How are you?
Doing great.
Sunday cannot get here quick enough for me.
I know, it's wild.
Do we think the guy who was conflicted about Stafford and the Lions, was it Dan Orlovsky by any chance?
Strong possibility.
He likes to play both sides. So, I wasn't thinking about Stafford at all, really, as just another quarterback that the Lions have got to beat Sunday. And then I saw a scroll yesterday morning on Get Up that said, will Stafford get revenge against the Lions? And I thought, did they get the names wrong? Should it have been Goff? And I didn't listen to it. I just I had to get to work, but I thought, what a misleading headline. Now.
Absolutely, totally.
There's no revenge.
It just made no sense to me, And so, listen, I'm not, a media basher, but that was a misleading headline, and I just thought that was crazy. So, Doug, in the last segment, you said that Stafford was he was our best player on that team, and I thought, was he really? Is he?
Maybe he wasn't. No, hold on. Let me stop you.
Yeah,
you're right. Maybe he wasn't. I remember defending him at the time, saying I blame the bad players, not our best players, and he was one of them for sure. But yes, he wasn't the best. He wasn't the best player. Calvin
Correct.
was.
And so, for the purposes of this exercise, we had 4 winning seasons in over a decade with him. So I get it. He was the best we had seen. But
this is going down. Hold on. This is going down the road of relitigating what Stafford was in Detroit, and I don't want to do that.
Correct, but my theory is, for those who think so fondly of him, it wasn't that great. The guy we have now has had 2 winning seasons in three. So we've got it really good right now. And Stafford, I think it was Al said it earlier. I want to see a Penix-like game where he's holding stuff, right? And
so, Craig, I'll tell you, I'm glad you circled back to Goff, because we should be. Did you hear our Goff interview yesterday?
I did.
Okay, and the first thing I said to him, and I meant it, thank you.
Right.
First of all, thank you for being a really good interview every Tuesday for the last 3 years. And when it was bad, there were some uncomfortable moments. And I remember the game, he had a 4th down rollout. This was early in the Goff era. They weren't playing that well. It's 4th and forever, and he's under duress, and he just throws it out of bounds. And we're like, how does that happen? And his response was, I don't know. Okay. He's like, it's a bad moment for me. I don't know what, like, he accepted the blame, said he shouldn't have done it. And I was like, okay. And we're getting to know him. Right. And I'm thinking, okay, this is a guy we can work with interviews, because he didn't freak out or get hyper defensive. And sometimes guys do. But that just means he's a pro. Okay. And he should be able to answer tough questions when they're accounted for or when they're called for. And so I meant to thank you for being a good interview for us, but also obviously thank you for what you brought Detroit. He brought us a division title, man. And we could say, oh, Stafford never did that, but neither did Calvin, right? None of those guys ever did. And their biggest sin was that they were on a team that sometimes was good, but they were just never as good as Green Bay.
Right.
And that's not a sin. It's not. But we got a guy now who, whether by timing he's here in a better era or whatever, is good enough to do what we haven't seen in 30 frickin' years. And it feels good, man. And I'm not kidding. I feel like we got an NFL team this year. This is what it's like to be in the NFL, and what it's been like for everybody else. We hadn't really experienced this.
No, everybody's had a chance to enjoy it. And, it's interesting. There are always comparisons, Detroit and Cleveland. Cleveland's had a fantastic year this year with all the adversity with different quarterbacks and all that.
Yep.
They won 11 games this year. Unfortunately for them, they're battling with Baltimore. So are they going to go through this while Lamar Jackson's there, because Baltimore, reigns supreme in that division? They have a really good team, but they have to play on the road. Thank goodness the Lions finally get to host a playoff game. It gives them that extra oomph. And Sunday night, we're going to feel that oomph.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Raymond next on 97 the Ticket. Hi, Raymond.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator.
Hey.
I just want to thank the NFL script writers. I know you're real. I know you're out there. We get Rams and Lions, mainly because Carson Wentz decided to turn into a running quarterback. And, I mean, he ran 17 times in that game. I could not believe it. But anyway, Stafford, I'm very thankful, and I really would love to see us, at least give him a nice little pregame clap. But at the same time, I also want it to be as hostile as possible because he owes us. He owes this city. He didn't just like leave us and it was all sunshine and roses here. You know, we went through the doldrums. What did he do? He went out and won a Super Bowl his very first season he left us. And that hit me hard. Like, it's our time to shine. Like, if he's got one drive left in him to try to win the game, he just needs to look at the Lions fans up in the stands and realize, you owe us one. Don't even think about scoring here.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to do that.
I'm ready for the Lions to pummel him.
I'm ready for it too, but I don't think he's going to do that. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. We got Lions tickets to give away on tomorrow's show, and we look forward to doing that. Stay tuned.
Hell yeah, we do.
You're going to want to listen to the whole show if you know how this works. And then on Friday, we are going to be on the road for a Lions playoff party from Twin Peaks in Livonia, and things are afoot, okay? It's going to be more than just us broadcasting from there.
Could be some fun.
Could be.
I mean, it's going to be fun regardless, but could be some extra fun.
Yeah, it could be a chance for people to take advantage of something, but that's it's in the works. Hopefully we have an announcement tomorrow. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jim next here on 97 a ticket. Hello, Jim.
Hey, how you doing? You guys doing good today?
Great,
yeah, Jim.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Hey, I made a prediction at the beginning of the year, actually before the season started. I told my family and a lot of my friends that this day was going to happen between the Rams and the Lions, and it's come true. And now I got my wife yelling at me, "You can't wear your Lions Stafford shirt or jersey no more," because I put it on during game day, either that one or my Spillman one. And she goes, "You can't wear it no more if they win, and you're going to have to burn it and all this other stuff." And I'm like, well, I can't help it. I didn't believe what I said at the beginning of the year, because the Rams didn't play very good last year, and the Lions were on the upswing. And it's come down to this Sunday night. I'm going to probably have to hide in the garage.
Well, and look, I didn't make the prediction that early, but we were on it pretty early about what could actually happen here. And we didn't think, well, we I guess we started talking about it. I said, look, we're not going to discuss it. We're going to keep the embargo in place, which was unrealistic, and I knew it. But what I don't want is this storyline to take away from the fact that we have a home playoff game. And we get to be like a normal NFL town. And it's probably impacted today's show in that way, but maybe this will be it. You don't think we'll get any Stafford calls tomorrow, Friday, will we?
No. No.
I'm just very excited about the game, and hopefully what I predicted at the beginning of the year or before the season started is totally wrong. The tale between the two quarterbacks, I still think, in my own belief, that Stafford's a better quarterback than Goff with his arm and stuff like that. I always said Goff was like a Eric Kramer. He's very, very smart, very serviceable, and he could take us, to the playoffs and stuff. But I just hope I'm wrong. I really do.
You are wrong.
Good.
He's more than serviceable.
Yeah,
you think about. I mean, the Lions this year. They've had some pretty elite pass catchers. Last year they didn't. They had an emerging Amon-Ra who was really pretty damn good, but nobody was putting him in the top 15 in the league last year. They lost T.J. Hawkinson during the season and got better. Like. We always, one of the knocks on Stafford, two of the knocks on Stafford, one was, does he make players around him better? And he actually did, but some people didn't believe that. Goff has done more with less in his time in Detroit. Now he's got more. He's doing more with more. And hopefully he has Laporta. We'll find out more by Friday, hopefully. But
I think we've seen the last few weeks, there's a different kind of Jared Goff is throwing the ball downfield a lot more this season, and I think we've seen it a lot.
Somebody deep on Sunday, by the way.
He did.
That's happened. I almost feel like for some Detroit fans, that's a completion.
But
when he overthrows a guy deep,
just do it at least once. Keep him honest. No, but we're seeing it. The touchdown pass he threw to Amon-Ra St. Brown, the catch and run for 70 yards. Mm-hmm. When you watch, they had there's a replay of that from the end zone that Amon-Ra runs into, and you can see Goff rolling to his left and putting everything into the throw. Like he's falling towards his left after he throws the ball because he's trying to get with such velocity and get it on a line. It's not like it's the deepest pass one. It's like a 40-yard pass or 30-yard pass, but it's on a line while he's running, and he's trying to just get it there laser form, and he does. He's got the arm, right? We just haven't seen him throw it deep all the time. And Stafford's a better deep thrower, but it's not like Goff can't do it. Here's what I can't wait for Sunday. I think Jameson Williams is back, right?
There's no indication that he won't be.
Right. What's Jamo going to do? He's improved every week. Every week they seem to give him more and give him more targets. And that's a guy who's, a problem waiting to happen for the opposition. And if we see that Laporta's going to play as well, then the Lions might have all of their toys available, which could be fascinating to watch from an offensive standpoint. Because when they don't, they're really good.
Yep.
But when they do, look out.
248-539-9797. Oh, and the other thing that people complained about Stafford was winning a playoff game, and Goff has done. Now, Stafford's done it too, but Goff obviously came here with that already on his resume. Q is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Q.
How you guys doing today? Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm so ready to get on this call. First and foremost, people keep saying Jared Goff is conservative. Like, look at the stats. The last 2 years, almost 60 touchdowns, under 20 interceptions, 9,000 passing yards. Name a quarterback that's doing that besides Patrick Mahomes. Let's be honest.
Well, I think there might actually several, but the point is he's a top 10. He's a top 10 quarterback.
Yep.
He's a top 10 quarterback.
I'm saying, but he not as like, honestly, Josh Allen turned the ball over way more than Jared Goff.
Yes,
Let's
he does.
be real. And Jared Goff have his moments, but he have his great moments too, like every quarterback do. He is a great quarterback. He was number one overall pick for a reason. And he did more than what Stafford did in the last 2 years and Stafford did in 12. Let's be real. And then when you look at the playoffs, I really think the Lions have the advantage because we got two better running backs. They got a good running back over there too, but we got two running backs. We're going to control the clock by using our running backs. And if Sam Laporta play, I think he's going to be a detour or either a decoy to make sure that, to get Mitchell and everybody else involved. But Jared Goff, go back on Jared Goff. He a winner, man. Like, last 2 years, he has showed this city something we have never seen. Let's be real.
Well, I don't know. We saw it with Stafford. Here's what's going to happen. If they win on Sunday, then everything you say is right on, right? Because they win the playoff game. That is clearly something that Stafford didn't do here with the Lions, and something we were begging for. And here's the opportunity. So let's make the most of this opportunity. Dispose of the Rams and prepare for round 2.
I love Stafford, but I hope they do not do no trip. This is not the time for that.
No. Oh,
do
God,
it in the regular season. When we see them next year, do it in the regular season. But Sunday, do not. I hope they do not do. That's all I have to say.
I don't know. I mean, I don't even know that that's a topic. There's no way they're doing that, right?
I certainly hope not. Not for a playoff.
I mean, up 35-0 with 3 minutes to go. Maybe they do something. Hey, by the way, thanks, but probably not.
No, you don't do that. I do believe they play them at home next year, right?
You know what? I saw next year's schedule and I don't remember.
I think they haven't said the dates, but the opponents, I think they play the Rams at home next year.
I think you might be right.
So you want to do something then, that's fine. But you do nothing other than maybe showing a picture of them before a game on the sidelines or whatever. And even then, you don't have to. There's nothing that says you got to do it, right? No. In fact, the more I'm talking this through, don't.
Yeah, Lions play the Rams at Ford Field next year. And you know what? I don't even know if it's appropriate to them, especially if they win, if the Rams win. I don't know if I want a tribute to Stafford. No, no. If the Rams win, hell no.
I don't even want Jared Goff to talk to him before the game. Stay away from him.
You don't?
No. Concentrate on what you got to do. It's all about the game.
Lions,
after the game, fine. Do whatever you want afterward.
The non-divisional home games next year are the Buccaneers, the Rams, the Seahawks, the Jags, the Titans, and the Bills. The road games are the Cowboys, the Cardinals. Thank God they're back on the schedule. The 49ers, the Texans, and the Colts.
We're going to play the Cowboys again at Dallas?
Yep.
Oh, that's great. That's just great.
Mm-hmm.
So, wow, that's a lot of playoff teams they're playing.
That's what happens. Well, first of all, the division that they drew next year is from the AFC. What do we got? The AFC South? Yeah, AFC South with the Jags, Titans, Colts, and Texans. And the NFC division that we drew next year is the West, right? Rams, Cardinals, 49ers, and Seahawks. So, yeah, a lot of playoff teams. We welcome Enrico Beard, who's made his way in studio.
I'm so proud of you.
Are you?
I am. I heard the beginning of your show, and my heart's it swole up. Wow.
Wait, what, is it something specific I said?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
What'd you watch on the plane coming back?
A movie.
You saw a movie.
Yeah, I did see a movie.
What movie was it?
It was Game Night.
Love that movie.
Do you?
Yes. Did you watch it to the bitter end?
Yes.
Did you see the post credit?
Yes.
Okay.
With the police officer?
No. Well, that and the girl and the guy at the gas pump.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, yeah.
Do I need to go watch that? with not Denzel?
With not Denzel.
Really?
And the cop's wife.
Okay, I need to go.
You can probably YouTube it.
I think I will do that immediately after the show is done.
Yeah, not Denzel.
I like Jason Bateman, and so that's why I gave it a shot.
He plays the same role in every.
Yeah, I know, and I like that character.
But yeah, that was Gator. I don't know if you've seen it. It's entertaining.
But
I haven't seen it.
Didn't he have some reference in the movie like we're gonna have great kids and they're gonna do wonderful things? Not like some child actor washed up and he like references his real life.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
But so what do you got planned coming up next?
I mean, a lot of Lions. What's going on? Goff. Is this the legacy game for Jared Goff?
It's a big one.
If Jared Goff wins this game, will people, the haters, leave him alone? Has he done enough by simply going out there and beating the Rams and Matthew Stafford?
I would think so.
And Mike's confidence level, not high. But is it because of the Lions' history, or is it just because of the Rams and the team that's coming in here?
All right, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. All right, someone.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Will the Lions have Sam Laporta against the Rams in their playoff opener Sunday night? Dan Campbell isn't sure. Speaking with reporters in Allen Park just moments ago, Campbell said Laporta is improving, but Detroit won't have any firm idea of his availability for its wildcard game until Friday. As if that weren't already enough, or the last 67 years weren't already enough, the Lions are also facing the specter of another alarming trend this weekend, the 3-seed jinx. The NFC's third slated team is 0-6 since 2016. The last team to advance beyond the first round from that seed, the Seahawks, who won their wildcard game 26-6 against the Lions. Small world. And Aaron Rodgers is done on the Pat McAfee show, at least for the rest of this NFL season. McAfee making the announcement Wednesday. Rodgers had been a regular and paid Wednesday guest on the program the last couple of years, but he's increasingly raised eyebrows with his comments on the program. From his stances on vaccines to his latest controversy, a feud with late-night host Jimmy Kimmel, whom Rodgers implied had ties to billionaire sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, we are ready to roll. Roberto, outstanding work. This is why you listen. I don't listen to be entertained. I listen so I can find audio to give to Roberto. When was that? That was on Sunday. I was listening to a little bit of the pregame. I was in the car, and I heard him say those words, and I went, all right, make a little note. It was 12:03. And then when I was getting back from where I was watching the game, I left in the fourth quarter. I was like 3, and I'm like, what did he just say? 3:23. We're going to go ahead and mark that down. I just told Roberto, do what you want with it. I think that's a classic.
That is.
That's amazing. He may win the next tournament.
It's outstanding.
It's a great follow-up.
Now, I did add a few drops to the mix. I felt like the song needed some spice.
Did Kenny's new drop get in there?
What drop would that be, Rico?
To go see the Black Court.
As he says it like W.C. Fields.
Right.
All right. We have to get serious. We do.
Okay.
I don't want to do what I'm about to do. But honesty is the name of the game on this show, and I have to be honest. Rico, I'm sounding the alarms. This is when the bombs started flying over London and the sirens are going. I am sounding the alarm. I think we're losing to the Rams. God, I can't believe I just uttered that. I am going to tell you, Rico has a much more eloquent way of putting this. But now that we turn our attention to the weekend, none of this has to do with SOL. None of it. It all has to do with what's right in front of us. And I can lay out some reasons why I feel this way. And one of the biggest ones is if Sam Laporta doesn't play.
Oh, no, that's huge.
A huge hit to this team.
Mm-hmm.
But the other factors are all football related. None of it is fear or PTSD or, using this team's past again. No. I will give you football reasons. I am terrified of the game this weekend.
Well, see, I appreciate that, and I think you're smart. You know football. But, Mike, I think a lot of people feel the way that you do. Has nothing to do with the actual Rams offense. Has nothing to do with the Rams defense. It has nothing to do with the Rams wide receiver torching the secondary. It has more to do with, this is the most SOL type of thing. Matthew Stafford
and you know
coming
what
back.
I say. What I say to that.
He's going to win a playoff game in Detroit before the Lions actually do. I think more people are afraid of the Lions' past than the actual Rams team.
You got people afraid of talking about Stafford. So let's just get into the damn thing. It's Wednesday. We got 3 days to talk about this before you take the field in the first home playoff game in 30 years. And I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what I think you need to hear. Of course I want to get on the air, talk about Kenny shirtless at the game, talk about the team winning by 40. I can't do that. I'm very nervous. You want the football reasons? I'll give them to you. 1, this team has next to no playoff experience. None. Mm-hmm. And not only Is it a playoff game? But it's at home and it's in prime time.
Right.
The bright lights. Do you know who agrees with that take? TJ Lang. It's a thing. It matters.
Really?
You take the field for the first time in the playoffs and you're at home and it's going to be raucous. There's a big propensity the team could come out very tight.
See, I would think the opposite of that only because they played so well in primetime games this
Take
year.
it up with Tobacco Boy. So that's 1. 2, can't lose the image of that smushed little face, Nick Mullins, like pushing his cheeks together, oogie boogie. It's stuffed in that helmet, throwing for 800 yards in 2 weeks. This defense against good quarterbacks gets shredded. True or false? Okay.
That would be true.
Yeah. Do you have a great pass rush? Don't do the alternative facts thing.
Wait, yeah. Of the 3 rookies, between your boy, between Hutchinson, I mean, not rookies now, but second-year players, Thibodeau and Hutchinson.
And Walker?
And Walker.
What are we doing here?
Hutchinson. No, I was just joking.
Okay, so back to the point. We don't have a pass rush. You don't have a pass rush, elite QB, elite wide receivers, and an elite offensive mind in Sean McVay.
Mm-hmm.
Then I go to the other side of the coin, and I go, if Sam Laporta is not here, and we still don't know J-Mo's status, and I look at this and I go, all right, so what is my plan all of a sudden now if I don't have, and look, a lot of this is my respect for Laporta. Rico, I think he's one of the 3 best tight ends in the sport.
He is.
Okay, I'm taking away almost 100 catches and 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns.
You're taking away Goff's security blanket.
And who's my backup tight end? No one knows. Zach Mitchell. Who? May as well be Zach Morris. So my point to you, these are all football reasons. That's before we get to, if you're so sweet, why are you just a 3-point favorite?
Yeah, see, my football reason, and you kind of touched upon it, the fact that you got Cooper Kupp coming in here with Puka Nacua. You've given up 600 yards to a wide receiver in the last 3 games. Jefferson had 4 of those, and CeeDee Lamb had the other 2. You couldn't stop either one of those guys. They're coming in here with 2 receivers. That Kupp is always open for some reason. Ask TJ about that.
Always.
And Puka, oh my goodness. Like, as much as you sit here and look at Sam Laporta, that's how they feel about Nacua. This guy's a gamer. He wasn't just a one-hit wonder. He gets it done. This secondary is getting torched. That's my biggest concern. And yeah, no Laporta, that's Goff's blanket. That's Goff. You know what? The play action works when all of a sudden you draw in and they're thinking it's going to be a run, and there he is open across the middle of the field, and he picks up the first down or he catches it and he goes for an extra 10 yards. You don't have that element of the game. That's problematic. Now, can't go back and re-adjudicate what happened. He shouldn't have played. He shouldn't have been out on the field, but he was, and he got injured. We all saw it. And I know they're saying, well, it's a chance. Either he's going to come back or not. And by saying that there's a chance, I think that's just football talk to have the Rams prepare.
Little gamesmanship.
Yeah, that's the word, gamesmanship. Look at that journalism degree coming out. You don't have him. I think this is going to be problematic. And yeah, McVay. And it is going to be a little personal for McVay, for Goff, and for Stafford.
So, I'm just man enough to say it. And look, you don't need to attack Rico. You can attack me. I'm the leader of the band who said you're winning the division and winning the playoff game. And now we got half of it done, and we've arrived at the playoff game. And yeah, I wanted the starters to play. Well, they played. And you lost what I think is the second most important guy you have. And I could argue, maybe the most important. When you think about it, look, I'm on Ra's superstar. But Sam Laporta's the guy that Jared Goff really leans on. Really. And you don't have any replacement at all. Mm-hmm. In fact, you're going into this game where you may not see a tight end targeted a single time.
Yeah.
Brock Wright's banged up. No one knows who Mitchell even is. Like, guys, I'm sounding the alarm. And I want to have a real conversation as we essentially kick off the week.
Yeah, because I know we all get excited now when Skipper says, I'm eligible to be a tight end. If Skipper's your tight end, you're probably losing this game.
Exactly. You may as well start Kenny. Kenny cut.
Oh, man. But yeah, how are you feeling? Because I wonder if people are just, if they see the football reasons and that's for the concern, or if it's just, man, Lions history, this is going to be the most Lion thing to happen since Calvin in the process, or the picked up flag in Dallas, or Schwartz in the flag, or name whatever, that Stafford coming and beating the Lions will be the latest in what Lions tragedy is.
C5 vertebrae. Stop.
248-539-9797.
Let's talk about it. Because you know what I don't want to do? Oh, what are your favorite memories of Matthew Stafford coming back? I don't care. You know what Stafford is? Another guy. And he's good. But I want them to be able to annihilate him. I am scared of the numbers. I am scared of the matchups. Hey, newsflash. What Rico said about Justin Jefferson, spot on. Here's the problem. They got two of them. Mm-hmm. And you got Sean McVay designing plays. Now, you want to tell me, well, Aaron Glenn's just going to blitz every play. Okay. Hope you're right.
And don't miss.
Oh, well, the Rams defense isn't that great. Really? They're 17th in DVOA. They're middle of the road. There are weeks your defense is good, and then there's weeks you're the worst defense in the league. Mm-hmm. So.
And you may be minus 2 weapons.
I don't want to hide the fact that I'm scared about the game, and then what? I pop up like a rat Friday and go, hey, guys, I'm kind of worried. I'm setting the tone. We're doing this now. This is how I feel.
This is how you win.
I can't do it. 248-539-9797. This is a safe space. If you're scared, you get to call up and you're not going to be judged. But this ain't got nothing to do with SOL or PTSD. This is about the game.
No, but see, I think for some people it is PTSD. And I think for some people,
you know who to blame? You know who to blame?
Who?
Blame TJ Lang.
Oh.
That's what we're doing. We're blaming TJ Lang because he added absolute credibility to what I said. This team has no playoff experience.
They don't. But neither do the Texans. Neither do other teams.
That's why the Browns are going to win.
They're not. But we'll talk about that Friday.
248-539-9797. David, how are you?
I'm wonderful.
What do you make of what I've just said?
I think you're wrong. I think the Lions are going to win
Tell
this
me
game.
all about it next. Kenny, what do you think?
Don't care.
Don't care. He's on the phone. He's answering calls. That's my fault. We'll get to the people next. 97.1. I got to tell you, this is as scared as I am about the weekend, and we're going to get to your calls. This is something I love it because I hate this guy. But I brought this up on the kickoff show with Boomer. This a couple weeks ago, I go, I'm getting some vibes. Pete Carroll, there might be something up there in Seattle. Like DK Metcalf wants out. Any shot they get rid of him. And I got served the poo-poo platter. Cutscene. Seahawks have fired Pete Carroll today. See you later, you gum-chewing idiot. Get out. Guy's been a cheerleader his whole life. He's not a coach. He's a clapper.
Just another job for Harbaugh.
No.
See, I don't know.
How dare you?
I am joking.
How dare you?
But everything that opens up seems to be.
But you know what?
Harbaugh.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Hey, but this may be a spot for Ben Johnson.
Oh, but with weapons they've got?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Now
Here's the thing. Pete Carroll was 70-something. It's time.
You think the NCAA investigation's finally caught up to him?
No. David on the ticket text. Let's get to the people. But Pete Carroll out. So add that to the list of jobs.
And they got the number 16 pick, so it's not like they can go out and get a new quarterback to replace Geno.
I don't think
they get Russell Wilson back.
Okay, you're both out of hand. Let's go. Ticket text.
Shut your whorish mouths. Lions will win by 10 or more. Todd in Farmington Hills, hashtag Laporta will play.
Love you too, Todd.
So the quarterback that went to the Super Bowl doesn't mean anything about playoff experience. That is from K.
53-man roster. Think bigger. Who? Zaman Ra any experience? J-Mo? Laporta's not playing. None of your other tight ends do. Any of your offensive line have experience? How about your running backs? Who on defense? Aiden? Benito Jones?
Sutton.
The ghost of Isaiah Buggs? Who?
I mean, CJ.
Yeah, Sutton and CJ.
Okay, my point is on a 53-man roster, you might have 5 guys.
Right.
It's an issue.
So at that point, they're all gathering. Tell us what the playoffs is like.
Tell me a football story, Dad.
What's it like? Is it any different when you walk through the tunnel?
Stafford will not be able to hear in the first home playoff game in forever. They will be them. The crowd will. I'm not afraid of the Rams. I'm not afraid of Stafford.
One problem, Stafford never hears in any game. Go ahead.
No, I was about to say, they don't have a home field. Their home field gets taken over by everybody when the Rams play somebody.
Nobody knows who we are. It's a silent count at home.
Yes.
By the way, Stafford played here for a decade.
So, yeah, they may be the best team at silent counting because they can't hear in their own home stadium.
Someone says, there he is, Mike the Hater. The Lions will win.
Mike the Hater, the guy who before none of you spineless jellyfish picked him to win the division, I was there. I'm using football reasons. And Sam Laporta being out is a headliner for me. Go ahead. I don't care. You blame me.
You're not being a hater, Mike. No. What is happening is you're not saying that they're going to win, they're pretty, and they're special. You gave football reasons, but I think the people who call you a hater, they're more the people who I think you're afraid of this game for Lions past history reasons.
Right, which has nothing to do with where I'm at. And by the way, how about I'm man enough to tell you I'm afraid? Tell you I'm nervous about the game. I could take the easy way out. I could lie to all of you.
I look at that secondary, and I look at what Justin Jefferson just having a field day. And then it's like, wow, he had that game. And then CeeDee Lamb set a record on you. They were just throwing him the ball, and you could not cover him. And I do think that may have been part of the reason why you went for 2, because you couldn't cover CeeDee Lamb in that game. And you figured in overtime, maybe he just breaks another one and scores.
Let's go to the people. Let's see. Hey, you're not afraid? No one's mad at you. But I don't know why you're afraid. If people are concerned, you got a very tough draw. And by the way, if you're so sweet, why does Vegas think you're the same? You're a Spider-Man meme against this team on a neutral field.
Your only advantage, it's here. That's it.
And it's an advantage.
No, it is, but I'm saying.
You're not going in like Buffalo. You're not going in like Dallas.
It was Buffalo like 10.5 points?
It's something. Go to Evan, 97.1. What's up, Evan? Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
I hate that I agree with you, Mike. I feel like I do every time Tom Izzo walks into a game that he's favored to win, you want to believe, but you know that there's a curtain and just the whole history behind the same old Lions. I'll admit, I agree with Rico. The same old Lions still plays into it with me. It just seems like a trap game.
So what are you more afraid of? Are you more afraid of your past, or are you more afraid of the opponent of present?
I am going to slither into a hole if Stafford stops us from winning a playoff game again.
It would hurt. It would hurt. It would not be something any of us would get over quick.
It would destroy the city.
Come on, imagine coming on the air Monday afternoon after Stafford beats us. I mean, I just don't even want to experience what that would feel like.
Well, you're lucky you wouldn't have to, because the Pistons are on at 3.
Let's hear the whistle blowing.
I tried to get him off this station. Now we couldn't even move him, because guess who else plays in a zippity-doo-dah Monday afternoon game?
No, it's the
Michigan, Ohio State.
It's the MLK game, and it's going to be the game where they bring the national trophy out.
I don't care.
You're a hater.
Your team is 3-34. You know where your games ought to be broadcast?
Don't say it.
The moon. But no, I don't want to think about doing that show. Monday, Tuesday, this lifetime, or the next. But I'm not going to lie to my listeners and be like, it's all good, we're going to cruise. I have very specific football reasons I'm nervous.
And I think some people have football reasons. I think other people have, I don't want to use the letters, but you know what letters they are. You're afraid of this Lions past, and you think it's going to catch up to you, and you think that Stafford coming into Ford Field and knocking you out of the playoffs will be the latest chapter in this history.
I'll give you another reason.
Next?
No. No, F that. We're doing it right now. What if Dan Gamble turns into Dan Campbell? Oh, see, whoa, look, we're in Vegas. We're partying. That's the regular season. Now, what happens in a playoff game if he stops being aggressive? What happens if he's already shown he can lose his temper and lose his cool and go for it when he shouldn't? I just don't know about a coach who's never been to a playoff game as the head man. And now, think about this. 4th and an inch, we're at midfield, we're up by 3, late third quarter.
For it.
But what if he doesn't? Because it's the playoffs. See, everybody can roll bones in the regular season. Have we ever seen a coach like Dan Campbell?
So he's at the high stakes table now.
Now you're in high limit.
Okay.
Now he's got that rent money up on the table. He's Chevy Chase in Vegas Vacation. He lost it all. We're digging up jars in Cousin Eddie's yard.
Yeah, kids' college.
So here's my question. How do we know how Campbell will react? And what if the pressure of the moment gets to him and he dovetails out of aggression and goes conservative?
I can't see that happening. I understand what you're saying. I think it's in his DNA. That, as a matter of fact, when it's 4th and 2 and you're anywhere near the 40, I just assume you're going for it.
Have we ever seen a coach like him coach in the playoffs?
He's a more aggressive Sean Payton.
But nothing close to this man has set foot on a sidelines in the playoffs.
No.
So that's another unknown. Oh, you can call me a hater all you like. I'm nervous. Nervous. And guess what? Kenny doesn't even want to talk to me, but there'll come a moment. And by the way, Kenny, I am currently working.
There's a reason why Kenny doesn't want to talk to you.
No, because I'm doing a loop-de-loo that if I can't get him in the luxury box, I'm still getting him a ticket to the game. Mm-hmm. I can't help it that clients took his seat. Don't put that evil on me.
Poor Kenny. He's like the little kid waiting. He's the last kid to get picked up from Little League, waiting on Dad. Where's Dad at?
I offered. Listen.
Somebody call the bar. Tell Dad to come pick me up.
Hey, if he doesn't go, I don't go. That's the deal.
Kenny already got the tuxedo.
You know
rented.
what? David, hit a button. This man, stop. We'll get your calls.
Sadly, Kenny never made it to the game.
I got a joke for you, but it's so inappropriate. You know what? David, hit that button. All right, we'll get back to your calls momentarily. Right now, a little football today.
So let's continue that conversation with the breaking news that Pete Carroll is gone in Seattle. So then what is next in Seattle?
I have no idea. I mean, look, they fired him. He did not step down. He did not resign. It is being reported he was fired. Here's an interesting note. Fired, but he gets to stay with the organization in an advisory role.
Yeah.
Very odd you see those two things put together. Now, they refuse to rebuild. They're in a very weird spot. They're in the same spot as the Minnesota Vikings, quite frankly. You might have a quarterback, but you don't, but you do, but you don't. You're never going to win a Super Bowl, but you're never going to bottom out. Now, last year, they had an opportunity picking fifth. They decided to take corner. I really don't know what you do there. Running game, they've got the backs. They got a couple good young tackles. You know what's out there at wide receiver. Rico, I think it's an attractive job. Great home field advantage.
Yeah. Seattle. I think
that's a Ben Johnson spot if I'm Ben Johnson.
Because you don't have to hit rock bottom. It's not the Carolina Panthers where you're going to lose for at least the next 2 years.
And you're going to work for a petulant child.
Yeah, this is one where, and that's not even D'Amico Ryan, where you kind of got lucky in a bad organization and you made them good. This is now you get your guy and you can now shop to try to find that quarterback and maybe, if this guy.
Time out. Time the hell out. What about Kirk Cousins to Seattle?
I would say
quick fix.
No. But here's the thing:
they don't want to rebuild.
You know what the best thing that happened to Kirk Cousins was?
Getting hurt.
Nick Mullins and all the disaster quarterbacks that happened in Minnesota. His value went up every game that he's shirtless up there banging the drum.
True. Okay. Next.
Let's move over to this. It was interesting quotes from Jerry Jones regarding security for Mike McCarthy. He said, we'll see, when he was asked about the future of Mike McCarthy, we'll see how each game goes into the playoffs. Then he kind of clarified himself later on in an interview on the radio, says, I was a little surprised by the reaction to my quote. He says, I don't know how I could be any clearer. Coach McCarthy is under contract for next year, so that's not an issue.
Yeah, okay, great. Go out and lose to the pack as 7-point favorites, and Jerry Jones, you'll be dining on a bullet.
Or owner speak. Yeah, let us lose to the Niners again off a ridiculous play for the final play of the game, and you're fired as well.
Can I put this in there as well when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys? Because
Roberto, go ahead and put that in the sandbox, please.
Because on the other side of it, their DC is a hot commodity right now. Interview requests for Panthers, Commanders, Chargers. They lose. Could you see them just name Dan Quinn, their head coach?
I thought that last year, the same thing, but they held on to him. But I don't think that McCarthy's going to be there long unless they get to a Super Bowl. They have to get past the NFC Championship game. If they make it to the Super Bowl, I think maybe if they make it to the championship game. But the Cowboys and early exits are synonymous with each other.
And I'm going to continue to say this to you. You can bring up the Panthers job 1,000,000 times. I'm going to say no to it 1,000,001. Mm-hmm. The only way I take that job, you call your wife or your spouse that day and you go, here's the deal. We are going to be fired in short order, but I am taking this because I have 58 million reasons to do so.
See, I think the Panthers job is going to go to a college coach. This is your first chance at the big boy table.
Kirby Smart.
I'm not saying him, David. I'm not saying Harbaugh, because Harbaugh doesn't need that job. I'm talking about a college coach that, hey, I finally get to go to the NFL. Yeah, it's a bad team, but you're one of
Kirby Smart.
Nah, Georgia's better than that.
Isn't it? Georgia probably beats the Panthers. I'm kidding. David.
But Dan Quinn with the Commanders, Chargers, that does make sense.
That absolutely makes sense. Dan Quinn has been to a Super Bowl. If I'm Dan Quinn, I am not taking the Panthers job. It'll be my last head coaching job ever.
Either that or just the retread coach who just says, I just want a job, or Eric Bieniemy, who's just like, yep, he's the only one that hired me.
So, Mike, I need you to explain to me, or try to explain to me, what is going on in New York. It was a report that Martindale had resigned.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true.
No.
But there was an issue in the meeting. He cussed out Dayball
Yes.
after the meeting on Monday.
He went full Valenti in a meeting.
What? He left the meeting, left the facility, and said he was going to resign, but hasn't yet done so.
No, David, I think you also missed the point where he told everybody in that meeting that they were number one.
Oh, he did say that. You're right.
I mean, he feels like he deserves more respect. Dayball's hard to work for, hard to coach with. And yeah, him and Dayball had many a run-in. Now, here's Wink's problem. When your defense ranks 30th in football, I mean,
have leverage.
Sweet sunglasses and long sleeve tee, but like Dayball's covering his own ass a little bit. Now, do I think Wink will end up ahead a DC somewhere? Of course I do. I just think the Giants are a train wreck top down. There's no continuity. You're firing the special teams coach. You're firing Wink Martindale. You're firing the O-line coach. At what point does it come back to Brian Daboll and Joe Shane? Here's the deal, fellas. This is the offense you put together, and it stinks.
Well, speaking of the offense you put together,
Oh, God, I hate everything.
Matt Eberflus is staying in Chicago, and the offensive staff that he put together is gone.
So's Justin Fields.
So the quarterback coach, QB, OC, running back, wide receiver, and tight end.
Why do you keep Eberflus if you're going to saddle him with a rookie quarterback? You did the same thing to Matt Nagy.
I was about to say it's Chicago being Chicago.
You're on thin ice. Cutscene. Here's a rookie QB. Up next, you're fired. Now we try it with the next guy. Hey.
And I didn't want this QB that this guy picked.
And now you actually finished the season strong. You look like you had something to build upon. Whole offensive staff gone. Justin Fields gone. Rookie in. Eberflus dead next year. Hire another coach. And somebody will have to wake up Virginia McCaskey to tell her what effing day it is.
The only good thing about that is if you're Chicago and you've done nothing right, but maybe I think you just put somebody on the air.
Not anymore.
Wow.
He'll call back.
I'm sorry.
It happens.
I am one person.
That you could possibly leverage Justin Fields and get some picks.
I want Justin Fields in New York next.
Because now if you're Seattle, man.
Justin Fields, Seattle. Justin Fields, Atlanta. Justin Fields, New York. Hey, watch Goff lose a playoff game. And guess
Justin Fields here.
And we'll have to hear from this goofball. Justin Fields. Justin Fields is going to be a hot commodity. Don't worry. I've got Daniel Jones in a halo week 1.
Maybe the Niners can work some magic and get him.
Wouldn't you hope? Especially if you falter again.
That's okay. Just for you to get another cheer drop.
So let's close it out with this one because there may be another option when it comes to Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Adam Schefter's reporting that people around the league believe that Tomlin could decide to eventually do a Sean Payton and just take some time off, take a year off. So he wouldn't be fired. He would take a year off.
I just asked you a week ago, do you really think Tomlin still wants to do this? Mm-hmm. And you're like, oh, shut up. I'm like, David, I just feel like sometimes things run its course.
Yes.
Maybe it's just Pittsburgh because Cowher never coached again.
Well, see, that's why I always believe that, you move on from him because the voice doesn't seem to be resonating in the locker room.
Yeah, but you know what the other angle is? I mean, look, Cowher didn't coach again for specific reasons. It's a hard life. You win a Super Bowl, you're a legend, you're making $6 million a year doing TV, you got daughters in high school. Cowher never wanted to get back into it. Now, Mike Tomlin is aging beautifully. There is a world where you don't just die on the sidelines like a lot of these guys. You've done it. You're one of the handful of best coaches in franchise history. You are a Super Bowl champion. You do, in fact, wear sunglasses on the sidelines, regardless of whether it's daytime or not. It's okay to walk away. You don't think Mike Tomlin would be a hot property on TV?
He also has college-age kids, too. So maybe
he could also do movies. Omar Epps stunt double.
Does Omar Epps does he do anything?
Is Omar Epps alive, 248?
I haven't seen him in anything lately.
The Steelers.
Omar Epps was the only one who missed the strays Cat Williams was putting out there.
Because he's not a comedian, so that's why.
Up next, your thoughts on Ricky Smiley.
Steve Harvey on line.
Okay,
too.
all right.
And that's a great way to end it. That is in football today.
All right, loaded phone lines, and I have sounded the alarm. I'm man enough to just tell you. We couldn't get to it the first 2 days of the week with Michigan. I'm very concerned about this game this weekend against the Rams. I'm in fear, and it has nothing to do with your past. But Rico asked a really good question. Are you more afraid of the Rams or more afraid of your past, SOL, PTSD? I've given you 5 football reasons. I'm very scared, and in fact, I'm dreading having to come in next Tuesday and do a show that talks about the Lions losing a home playoff game. I can reset the reasons, but it's okay if you are afraid. It doesn't make you a bad fan. It doesn't make you a hater. You got a real tough draw here. And the loss, I refuse to believe Sam Laporte is playing. I think the Lions are doing the smartest thing they can do, which is just say, hey, he's improving, make the Rams game plan for him, make the Rams. Guys, knees don't bend that way. And you avoided the worst of it, but the idea that he'll be ready to play 7 days after that happened, I'm sorry. I mean, maybe you can dress someone up in a Laporta jersey, but I ain't going to be Sam Laporta. Well, I'll wait and see. But that injury report Friday at 4 is going to tell you everything. I just have I'm scared with that. I'm scared watching Nick Mullins cut you apart twice in 3 weeks. I'm scared about you don't have a pass rush, and it's Matthew Stafford with a host of weapons. Sean McVay, one of the best, if not the best offensive coach you've faced all season. And you have never played in a game this big. Sure, your quarterback has. 6 years ago. This roster there's no one. And I talked to TJ about it. Bright lights, at home, prime time. All 3 of those things escalate the pressure you're under. How do we know how they're going to react? And then your coach, who's Eddie Papa Giorgio at the craps table in the regular season, is he going to do the same thing in the playoffs? Or will he turtle it a little bit? I don't know. So I'm very scared. And oh, by the way, Vegas basically says you and the Rams are the same team. The only difference, you're at home. 3-point favorite. Very telling. So we'll get to your phone calls in a second. On the board first, David. All right, so my favorite play tonight worked. Hilton Magic, people. It's real. The Hilton Coliseum. Iowa State getting 2.5 unranked, hosting number 2 Houston. They win outright. Let's see if we can do it again. I got a system that's not a system but plays like a system play tonight. Unranked Ohio State laying 2 against number 15 Wisconsin. Is it still called the Schottenstein Center or whatever it is? Value City Arena? What is it?
I think it's both. It's one of those sponsors. Yeah.
It's called Ohio State at home, unranked, favored over a ranked team. Auto system, not a system play. And if you wanted something that's really scary against a lousy head coach, from Hilton Magic to, as David likes to call it, Hump Magic. We're going to the hump, people. The Humphrey Coliseum, Mississippi State. David, on the baseline, it says it. The hump. Unranked Mississippi State catching 2.5, hosting number 5, the Tennessee Vols, coached by noted 0, Rick Barnes. I think Mississippi State's interesting. But the system play of the day, we got to go with Ohio State. Mr. Rico Beard.
Mike, you got probably 2 of the worst teams in basketball playing tonight, and it's the Pistons and it's the Spurs.
You could take the probably out of that.
Well, yeah.
In fact, 2 of the worst teams in the league.
So I'm going to give you a parlay for the game. How about that? Let's go with Jalen Duren to score 10 points.
Okay.
Duren to get 10 rebounds. Wembayama to record 3 blocks, and Wembayama to get 8 rebounds at plus 175.
I don't hate it. I don't. I had no interest in betting aside. I'll just tell you, if the Pistons get ahead early, bet against them. That's the moneymaker. Kenneth Cott on fire on the ice right now. A pick I wasn't a fan of. Destruction of my New York Islanders.
Then you doubted me,
Oh,
Michael.
you always love it when you wake up to Kenny's text messages.
It's
Hey,
weird when he loses. I never hear from him.
I hit 7-0. You know what? I'm allowed that text. I haven't done that lately.
Somehow
all right?
I always just see Kenny with a little, he's a little happier. Just, these guys.
And you doubted me. I had 2 winners last night. There's only 3 games, so I'm skipping tonight.
No.
I don't like any of them.
No. 8 in a row. Pick one.
No.
Spin a wheel. Pick one.
I lean Canadians over the Flyers. I lean it.
What's the odds?
Plus 150 right now.
Do it.
No.
There's no lean.
This is not my streak on the line pick. I'm staying away tonight.
But you don't even like it?
I lean that direction. If you're making me pick a game tonight, that's the one I do. And that's how I do it. Other than that, I just hate everything else.
Okay. All right. Take it easy. David.
So, I love and I hate betting at the same time. Because I went 240.5 for the Pistons game last night for the total. I said under. It went 241. So just one basket. I didn't even need the late basket. I would have won, but
David,
whatever.
you know what you're going to do?
guy got you.
Yep.
David, you know what you're going to do? Canadians plus 150 at the Flyers. I want this game on the board.
Fine. Screw it. Put it on the board. Plus 150.
Do the Canadians have Lord Mountbatten in goal tonight?
I don't know.
What the hell is that kid's name?
Montembeau. I hate this bit.
David is our new hockey expert. Canadians plus 150. No, is there anything tonight? I mean, I don't like the props in this Pistons game. I mean, look, Duran, which has been a little bit of a honeypot for us, they've inflated his player combo points and rebounds. It's up 28.5. Can't do it. Wembanyama, 31.5 points and rebounds. The under's minus 130. That gives me the heebie-jeebies. I'd stay away from it. I think Canadians plus 150 should be your play.
Yeah, the only thing that I would maybe look at for tonight's game for the Pistons would be 2+ blocks for Durham, which is at plus 185.
Oh, dude, you're trying to hit the lottery with that. He don't block a lot of shots, Dave. Okay, good talk.
You know what, David? How about this one for
All
you
right.
then? How about Jay Ivey to hit 2 threes or more?
No.
Victor Wembanyama to hit 2 threes
No.
and Wembanyama to get 3 blocks.
Take Ivy out.
And Canadians plus 150.
You know what? I'll throw that in there.
With Lord Mountbatten in goal. Montbarish.
His name is Sam.
Montembeau.
What am I doing? Canadians?
Yeah, plus 150. Throw it in there.
Okay.
Come on. Get that abacus moving.
That would be plus come on, plus 540.
Kenny, bless the pick. Come on.
I half blessed the pick.
Yes.
I need David to do the other half, though. I'm good. Oh, well, guess not.
All
Sorry,
right,
guys.
then. Whatever you do, don't be a moron. Do it responsibly. Your calls coming up next. 97.1. People, we got NFL Super Wild Card Week, and it doesn't get any better. I mean, games Saturday, games Sunday, games
The
Monday.
Texans are back.
Don't do it to me. FanDuel will give you the opportunity to spite bet your friends as well. It's all there for you. Number one sports book, it's FanDuel. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. It's FanDuel. And they have things going on, including a meet and greet at Motor City January 14th. Calvin Johnson will be there. You can place a $50 parlay wager. You can get in on the list. There's prizes and things, and all. Its space is limited. Big event. Stop on out and check it out. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. There are now 7 head coaching vacancies in the NFL. This after the Seahawks' surprising firing of Pete Carroll. Seattle announcing the move this afternoon. They say Carroll will stay on with the organization as an advisor. He had coached the Seahawks since 2010, winning Super Bowl 48, then losing 49 on that infamous goal line interception versus the Patriots. The other 6 NFL openings, the Chargers, Commanders, Falcons, Panthers, Raiders, and Titans. Both Lions coordinators Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson expected to draw significant interest. A member of Detroit's front office is already drawing significant interest. The Panthers announced today they have officially requested an interview with Lions COO Mike Disner for their GM job. Disner has been with Detroit since 2019. He was part of the 4-person search committee that hired Campbell and Brad Holmes. MSU football looking for another 2024 opponent after Louisiana backed out of its Week 3 matchup with the Spartans today. And a couple of NBA headlines.
Anybody but Central Michigan.
Amen. Couple of NBA headlines. The Clippers have signed Kawhi Leonard to a 3-year, $153 million extension. And the Heat have extended head coach Eric Spoelstra, 8 years, $120 million, the largest contract ever for a head coach in North American sports. Pistons back at it tonight, taking on the Spurs, a matchup of the 2 worst teams in the association. You can hear that right here on 97.1 The Ticket, coverage starting at 6:35. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. We're going right to the people. I've reset it for you. I'm sounding the alarm. I'm going to be proactive, not reactive. I'm very scared about the playoff game. And I'm scared because, and it's all football. They got nothing to do with your past. Let's get to it. I'll reset the reasons later. I'm just going to Dave, 97.1. Dave, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing?
Good.
You're like 99% right on the fear there, except for you're saying that Stafford's an elite quarterback, and that guy's never been an elite quarterback.
All right. So is he very good? Is he good enough indoors to come in here and beat you?
He's an above average quarterback, but if you give him happy feet back there, he's known to throw picks.
And there's your problem. I don't trust your pass rush. Right. I don't trust your pass rush.
Yeah, it's hit and miss on the pass rush. You're 100%. You have no interior defensive lineman. You have nobody to help push through the center. You got the edge rushers, but you can't get any push in the middle. So any mobile quarterback's been escaping right up the pocket.
Are you concerned about the game at all, or was your only thing that you were upset that I said Stafford's elite? All right, he's not elite. But, what, are you concerned or no?
Yeah. Well, yeah, most definitely. It kind of reminds me of when we played the Chargers.
Like a shootout kind of game, right? Like a 31-28 back and forth. Yeah, I'm not comfortable.
Yeah, you're going to have to hope for, a turnover late in the game or something like that to be able to seal it.
Dave, I'm with you. And again, I am scarred by watching Nick Mullins rip you apart in the later stages. I'm scarred by watching Cam Sutton just get destroyed last week. And I know there was a coverage bust on one of those, a miscommunication, but Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, I mean, that is as good of a 1-2 as there is in football. Might be the best. Yeah. And you're going to go into this game. What do you look like without Sam Laporta?
Not the same team. No,
I don't think they are either.
I'm going back to the defense and those receivers, Mike. I mean, Nick Mullins, thank God he throws a bunch of picks because he's carved you up in 2 of the last 3 weeks. Okay? That's not Mahomes. That's not an elite quarterback. So if you want to sit here and parse over whether Stafford, not you, but if Calder's, well, Stafford's not elite, what is Nick Mullins? Because he's had his way for 2 games recently against this defense. If he can do that, I think Stafford can do it as well with 2 really good receivers.
Look, and the other thing here, recency bias. I know it's only 1 game, yada, yada, yada. I give you Matthew Stafford 3 weeks ago against the Ravens, and he lit them on fire in Baltimore. You want to make fun of me? You want to say, well, he wasn't great against the Giants? We can do that too. I'm just making a point. This is a guy who went on the road against a Super Bowl caliber team and cut them apart. Pretty sure he had 3 TDs that day, no picks. I'm concerned, guys. Let's go over to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Hey, guys. How we doing, man?
Good, pal.
Big week here. Big week. And
Yep.
I see what you guys are saying, and I understand it. But let me throw a football. We're talking about football reasons. The Rams. And I know yesterday you guys said, let's not talk about other teams' defenses because yours is a leaking sieve. Run game. Kyron Williams has been elite.
He's awesome.
Do you know every game that he is not elite, they lose? Under 100 yards, the Rams lose. What are you good at? Stopping the run. Not only good at it, you're elite at it. That's where the game is going to be won. I know it's cliche and it's boring.
No, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. Not at all.
No, is that they can stop the run. And when you stop, when Stafford and the Rams have had run stopping them, what does Stafford do?
The question is going to be, what are you going to do to dedicate to stopping the run? And how McVay approaches it. Look, I could see something here where you're going to see some real hard, aggressive play action on first down, a lot like what you do to teams with Ben Johnson. And I just fear it. But you're right.
No,
Andrew, I don't expect 25 carries for 150 yards from Kyron Williams. Can he get 4 yards a carry and be a pacemaker?
Yes, absolutely. That's what I hang my hat on is if the run force not our corners, but our safeties for the last 5 weeks have been ball hawks. They've been giving up a bunch of yards, but they're still getting the ball, and that's what wins. I mean, look at us, turnover battle. When we win the turnover battle, it's a win. I'm just going off football reasons. You win the turnover battle. You stop the run. It's cliche. It's boring. But that's what they need to hang their hat on. And I'll be excited to hear you guys on Tuesday next week.
Yeah, Andrew, believe me, I want them to win so bad. I don't want to come in and do that show, man. You know that. I
don't want to hear it. But, hey, and Mike, you guys have the right. Like, I get it. Like, I'm not 100% confident. I can't. It's a playoff football game. And an elite play caller and an elite offense that you're playing. You could end up losing the game. Now, if they go out there and get housed,
that's different.
That's an issue.
I agree with you. And look, I do think you have to. I know a lot of people like to make fun of Sean McVay, but he's an elite coach. This was supposed to be a bad team this year. They're in the playoffs. Think about that. Yeah. And by the way, the last time Kyron Williams had a football game where he didn't average at least 4 yards a carry, September 25th. That doesn't mean you can't be the one to stop him.
Yeah.
But
no, I think that he's going to come in here and he's going to play the role similar to what Montgomery plays for this team.
Pacemaker.
Yep. And once I get you thinking run, that's when I hit you with the play action. Or if the safeties are sucked in too far, I'm just go right over the top and go to Cooper Kupp, who's wide open.
Always.
That's somehow I got to put that in the prop bet. How many wide open catches will he get?
How many texts from TJ will I get during the game saying Cooper effing Kupp?
TJ, did you just strip him on the sideline?
Hold on. What's the famous game? Was that LSU Ole Miss where the head coach tripped? Was it Billy Cannon? It's on video. He's running for a touchdown down the sideline, and the coach, it might have been LSU's head coach, just literally puts his leg out and trips him.
I vaguely remember that, but you are the walking sports
almanac. Dude, it's grainy and it's like black and white, but you just see Kenny after the bar stick his leg out and just trip him.
The LSU coach tripped him?
I think it was LSU or Ole Miss, and no one was going to see it in a stadium of 80,000 people. He gave him the Pink Panther. He put the hook out there and just went, whoop.
Trips player. Wait, let's see.
I'll take another.
Okay.
And you can do whatever you want to do. Let's go to Jeremy, 97.1. Jeremy, how are you?
I'm doing great, boys. What up, though? Y'all doing all right?
What's going on, brother? How are you? And Jeremy. And I'm pretty sure his phone did something to him. I'm not hanging up. We'll put him on hold. We'll keep it moving and go to Bob, 97.1. Bobby, how are you?
Hey guys, I'm well. You're not going to like what me personally, and I feel this way. If Dan Gamble loses the game and it's we can understand it, but if he becomes Dan Zaster and blows this playoff game and they lose, I'm going Vrabel. I'm getting rid of the guy. He's going to be the stepping stone coach. I always thought he will be, just like you hired Larry Brown, won a championship. Jim Leadon went to World Series. Bowman, Stanley. This guy's a stepping stone coach. I want Vrabel. I'll give him $15 a year for 5 years. If this guy loses this home game, it's 10 times worse than Thanksgiving, where he was the Dan Zaster. If he loses this game, I don't want him around anymore, because we're going to hear the same thing next year when the schedule gets worse. Oh, he was Dan Gamble. No, he's Dan Zaster half the time.
Well,
I know I'm wrong. You're going to yell at me.
No, I'm not.
Stupid.
No, none of the above. Bob, I do not have loyalty to coaches the way a lot of sycophants do. I think you have every right, if you don't appreciate his aggression and you want a more measured approach, and that if he makes a disastrous call or 12 in the game, do you think I'm angry if you're like, yeah, guys, we're not going to win a Super Bowl this way? Bob, I'm not mad at it at all. I'm with you in that I need him to be more tactical. I don't know if I'm ever going to get that. But Bob, we did a show here together at Rico. What was it? It was mid last week, and it was all in or all out. It was following the Dallas game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
And I said I'm all out because I will never subscribe to his inconsistent use of analytics.
Right, because I said I was all in because it got you to this point.
Now, do I think he's a good coach?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Hey, Mike. Before I let you go, great Sunday with you and Boomer. You guys killed it on the picks.
Oh, thanks.
You guys were like 17 out of 20.
That's it. Just 17 out of 20.
Bob, every week's a new week. We'll see if we can do it again.
But here's one more thing.
Yeah.
Give me Vrabel.
Oh, okay. All right.
Give me Vrabel.
Bob, can we save the coaching?
Hey, Bob, who do you want?
Bob, I want Vrabel.
Bob wants Vrabel. Bob's taking a chair to the air. Look, I don't want to do a show talking about a new coach. I don't think there's any scenario it would happen. But Bob has a right to say it. I'm not mad about it.
Oh, by the way, it happened in the pros. It was a New York Jets assistant coach.
Go college.
Was tripped by a Miami Dolphin player. Yeah.
Well, Mike Tomlin also tripped a
No,
Raven.
Hold on. I'm being serious. Now we're going down the rabbit hole here. We're going to hammer the calls.
I'm looking.
I think it was a Thanksgiving Day game. Look up Ole Miss LSU like 1960.
I've been looking it up myself. I can't find it.
I'll find it. All right. Now, if I asked you for something from Corinthians, you'd be like that.
Of course I would give you that.
I asked you for a football highlight. He's got nothing.
Charity. That'll work for you. 1 Corinthians 13. Charity.
English, please.
Rico knows what I'm talking about. Deuteronomy.
I'll stay away from it. 248-539-9797.
Wait, Tennessee coach tries to trip an Ole Miss player.
What year?
It was 2014.
Keep going back. It's a black and white clip.
Wow.
What? No one cares. This is just you and I having fun.
Okay.
Get ahead of the game, Moran Buick GMC. Car buying, certified car service. They make it easy. Start 24 with a beautiful new vehicle, a 24 Terrain, all-wheel drive. They got them. Acadias seating up to 7. The 24 Sierras are available with a V8 engine. And yes, Denali's in stock, ready to roll. Moran Buick GMC. MoranExpress.com for all your certified service needs. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. David on the ticket text. We get back to your calls. If you're just joining the show, this is simple. I am sounding the alarm. I have officially reached a point of grave concern about the Lions on Sunday night. I want to be wrong. I hope I am wrong. But we are having all kinds of issues here. From a football standpoint, I also have got to follow through on a promise I've made to Kenny for a year. I got to get him to the game. Kenny has been bumped by clients. I find it unacceptable. There is only one thick cot at this station, and Kenny should be in that luxury suite, and I'm going to get him to this game. I don't care.
Good luck with that.
You know what, Rico? When I come through for Kenny Cott, what are you going to say then? Kenny Cott will be at this game, period.
Things like something's going to be on the prop bet. Will Kenny
Cott will be at the game. I can't promise he's going to get a +1. Kenny will be at the game.
Kenny be in the suite?
I don't know that I can swing that.
Yes, no.
I might be able to get him if I'll get him in the building, and then we can do a ticket swap, and I'll get him up there. Well, I don't see you lifting a finger to help the guy.
I didn't make the promise.
Yeah, exactly. There
I didn't
you go.
make promises.
Yeah,
I knew
very
I couldn't
Christian
keep.
of you. There
Oh,
you
no,
go.
no.
Hey, homeless guy, I didn't say I'd help you. Enjoy the cold.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 5:12.
Nobody knows what that means.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Wait a minute.
Thus saith the Lord.
Why am I homeless now?
Kenny, it was an example. You're not homeless. I'm just, This man tries to be so godly. Oh, well, I didn't say I'd help him.
Right. The 11th commandment, don't do it.
David on ticket text.
Yeah, someone's saying Kenny's going to be like Fresh Prince, asking Uncle Phil, why doesn't Mike love me?
I didn't need him anyway.
Oh, another one says, Mike, tisk, tisk, tisk. Shame on you on your prediction. Yes, I know the odds are stacked against us, but this team is a team of destiny. They're going to win this playoff game.
I hope you are right.
Mike in the car says, without Laporta, the Lions' first-round win percentage goes from 90 to 50%. Goff always looks at number 87. Not having him is going to be brutal.
Think about the amount of critical third downs. And think about now I can roll all my coverage to Amon-Ra. All of it. Sam Laporta has the unique ability to patrol the middle and an inline standpoint, or they split him out wide on third downs, and they are able to run these slants, dig routes. They do it all, man.
It may help you if J-Mo is back, but we don't know the status of that.
Back
Because
in practice.
At least J-Mo can take guys deep and open up the middle of the field.
He's back at practice today, so that's positive. Now, I'm sure he'll hurt himself on a dance move or something like Dallas.
Well, you know.
That was something. Phil, who can't focus at work, says absolutely nervous for this game, but we've said it all year. This team goes as the offensive line goes. With the line healthy, there's no reason to think we can't win this game.
No, it's fair. And look, they got a rest day last week. It sounds like they're doing the same thing this week. None of the Lions' stud offensive linemen practice today. Strictly precautionary. Sounds like it is just a rest day. So no Glasgow. You had no Decker, no Sewell, no Ragnow. Just rest. Get them right. Get them in order. Let's go to the people. Kenny, I will come through for you. I just can't.
We'll try, Kenny.
Shut your mouth. Go to Joey, 97.1. Joey, what's going on?
Hey, fellas. I'm a longtime listener. My dad was a longtime listener and a big caller. This is my first time calling.
Well, welcome.
This game means a lot to me personally in so many different ways. This Sunday is the anniversary of my father's death, and he was a diehard Stafford fan and a diehard Lions fan. He did not get to see Stafford go to the Rams, so in his mind, Stafford is always a Lion in that sense. For me personally, this will be the most gutting loss, if I experience it, that I've ever had in my entire life.
It would
just
be
on
awful.
so many different levels.
It would be
I
awful.
do think we can win, but I am just praying that it's not a blowout, because it very well could be that way too.
Joey, I mean, obviously, you're a smart guy. You realize I don't want to be right. And your story it borders on guilt for feeling the way I feel. But I'm just, I'm trying to shoot you straight on it. Joey, I mean, I can't,
I agree with
can't
you.
ask you to separate the emotional tie to it. It's what makes sports beautiful. I'm just
SOL,
saying.
man.
I will not be voting for Stafford this weekend.
No. I'm saying that if you just look at the football of it, are you as nervous as? Are you nervous?
I'm terrified.
Yeah.
And
When
why
I
are you
found out-
terrified?
Beginning of the season, I was laying through all the records, and I was with my friends, and I go, man, wouldn't that be crazy if, like Stafford came in, first week? Like, how insane would that be? And then one of my friends said, imagine if we lost that game. And I felt my soul get sucked out of me. And then this weekend, having all these games fall together and then realizing, I went, oh, shit.
Whoa.
It's either going to be the greatest win or the worst loss.
You know what, Joe? Here was the funny thing is because I don't think the Rams were trying to lose, and then all of a sudden, with 4 minutes to go in the game, McVay was like, you know what, guys? Let's just win and go to Detroit. Let's go for 2. And the next thing you know, because Green Bay was coming here. Green Bay had just won the game. And I'm like, okay, Lions get the Packers. I think that's a better game for them. Mentally, I think it's a better game for Detroit fans. Nah, McVay really wanted to come here. He all of a sudden hit the switch. They went out there. Wentz scores a touchdown, scores a 2-point conversion. Boom. Now you're going to get Stafford and the Rams, and I think a lot of the Lions fans, you don't want this game because you feel like it's going to be the latest chapter in same old Lions.
No, I don't want this game.
No, not you.
Oh.
I said there are some Lions fans that, as Joey just said.
Here, rank them out. Ready? Have fun just for a moment. Play the game with me. If you, there's no haterade here. How can the guy who said they're going to win the division and win a home playoff game for a year, how can that guy be a hater? People are whack.
You're not a hater, Mike.
Take level of quarterback, offense, performance, wide receivers in the NFC. Right here, right now. The Niners were never on the table. They were the 1 seed. Okay? So of your possible opponents, let's rank these out. So Dallas is the 2. You had the option of playing the following: Philadelphia, Tampa Bay, Rams, Packers. Baker Mayfield.
I would have played the
Jordan
Tampa Bay
Love,
Bucks. Yeah.
Matthew Stafford, or whatever this body double of Jalen Hurts is. Do you understand that of the 4 that I just listed, the best offense of that bunch is the team you're facing?
Yeah. Because in a perfect world, you would have played Tampa again, and we wouldn't be worried at all. You'd be wondering at that point, can Dallas beat the Packers, and will you get a second home game? But now, the offense coming in here, the fact that your secondary is just, it's leaking. It's bad. I mean, receivers are getting 200-plus yards per game in the final 3 weeks.
Oh, and by the way, Cooper Kupp's healthy. So it's not just Puka Nacua. I think it's acceptable for me to be very scared. If Laporta's not hurt, I'm a little bit more brazen. We'll win a shootout. We'll be all right.
Yeah, because you can't even leave the safety back there because you're going to have to respect their run game. So now you got to pick your poison. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to try to stop the run? That may mean your receivers are running free in the backfield. I mean, in the secondary.
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, buddy? Mike.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
There he is. What's up, Mikey?
Hey, I'm right there with you. Hey, I'm right there with you guys. And, I want to start off by saying, first and foremost, I bleed Honolulu blue. And, I'm a season ticket holder. I went and saw them play the Rams a couple of years ago in L.A. And, this is a different situation here. I mean, I have high hopes, but this is a good team we're playing. And, I'm gonna put out some facts for you guys because this is not SOL. This has nothing to do about some quarterback soap opera getting revenge, right?
No.
It's got something to do with a football team in the NFL that nobody should want to play right now. I mean, they are hot. I'm going to give you a couple facts. I'm not going to even name any names, all right? First off, they're 2 years removed from being Super Bowl champs, right? They got 2 all-pro wide receivers. They got an all-pro running back. They got an all-pro Super Bowl winning quarterback. Say what you want about them, that's a fact. They have arguably the best defensive player in the league over the past 15 years. Some people might argue he's still one of the best in the game. Their defense isn't horrible. They're ranked like 12th in the league. They won 7 out of their last 8 games. The only game they lost was in Baltimore, going west to East Coast by less than a touchdown.
It was overtime.
I mean, this is a dangerous team for anybody. Yeah, exactly. Nobody wants to play them.
No.
I mean, in the Laporta situation, yeah. I mean, that hurts us big time. I mean, you can't say it any better than what you've already broken that down as. But I mean, that's a catastrophic injury if he's not on the field for our passing game and our running game. But you know, it just is what it is. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, right? And I'm going to have faith. I'm going to think that the best offensive line in football is going to open some holes, and we're going to be able to pound the rock on them, and maybe pick off some of that all-pro Super Bowl winning quarterbacks' passes, maybe even a pick six by C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Who knows?
Well, and again, the thing for me, this is going to have to be an Aaron Glenn aggression game.
Bring the heat.
Yeah, and
Like
I'll
the
have
Broncos?
and I'm going to have to live with the results because it may mean Stafford stands in there, takes a huge shot, but delivers a 35-yard laser beam that ends up a touchdown. Like, I don't see a way. You can't. Almost you have to match Dan Campbell's aggressiveness defensively. You're going to have to be hyper aggressive because if he stands back there, you're dead. This secondary has shown they can't cover anybody.
Yeah, but I just look at that. If you go that route, man, they hit you with some screens.
Why do you think I'm so concerned, Rico?
You're a hater.
I want to throw a bottle at you.
You know what? Throw it at me when you get Kenny this week.
Listen.
Take him to church, Mike.
I can't. I don't even know where the church is. 248-539-9797. Kenny, I will make it happen. All right, I'm working on it. Not like he's doing anything. Gotti McGotterson over here doesn't want to help you. Real nice guy.
Once again, 11th commandment. Don't make promises you can't keep.
I didn't know they would take Kenny's ticket without telling me.
Moses, write this down. 11th commandment. Don't make promises you can't keep. All right, we good? You can go now.
You know what? On that Bible remix, winner's here. And unfortunately, if you've been injured in a result of an auto accident or your radio partner hit you with a chair in the spine, David Femininio is the attorney you need to call. We've told you. If you've been injured in Michigan, you need to call David Femininio to get David and get paid. David can be reached anytime on his website, getdavidgetpaid.com, or just give him a call directly, 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Quick note, been a wild day in the NFL. Not only Pete Carroll out as Seattle Seahawks coach, that brings the openings to 7. Details about Mike Vrabel getting fired in Tennessee. If it was in a movie, I wouldn't believe it. This sounds like it is draft day. So the owner of the team, Amy Adams Strunk, who is the, I believe, daughter of Bud Adams, Mike Vrabel was fired.
For not walking around in a tracksuit that said coach.
You ready for this? A big part of the reason was how he handled his induction into the Patriots Hall of Fame. And that he, quote, didn't sufficiently quell whispers that he was going to be the next coach in New England. Let me just get this straight. You want to talk about cutting your nose off to spite your face? So you didn't do what was in the best interest of the Titans. You were upset that this man didn't handle something as innocuous as being inducted, wearing a stupid red blazer. And he wasn't, screaming around. He didn't put postings around the building. I'm not the Patriots next coach.
He didn't go full Jansen. Titans, yeah.
I didn't say dress up as a mascot. I said just didn't.
Right.
I mean, when you think NFL owners are somehow above it all, that they're billionaires and they just have to be smarter than us, always remember they're not. So Mike Vrabel is now a free. Now, do I think Vrabel will be in the running to be the Patriots' next coach? Yeah, guess what? Yeah. Whether he was the Titans coach or not.
Yeah, but they said that they didn't want to wait and try to do a trade. They just figured, let's just cut bait right now.
Yeah, good idea. Get rid of one of the biggest assets in your franchise, not named Jeffrey Simmons. Sorry, just a little news update for everybody. David, ticket text, if you will, while reading from the pages of Deuteronomy.
Oh, that is something, man.
What is that book called again?
It's called Deuteronomy, but I heard someone call it different, so whatever. Everyone says things differently. Everyone should be nervous, this texter says. That genius, Aaron Glenn, just gave up 400 yards through the air last week to a fourth-string QB. That is from Bob.
I never would have spelled Deuteronomy this way. This is fascinating.
And probably why somebody misspoke. Fellas, I believe the Lions will destroy the Rams. Pressure dialed up on Stafford, play physical, cause turnovers, win by double digits. Someone wants to know, am I being dramatic to think that the Lions will need to put up north of 40 points to win?
That's dramatic.
Okay.
I mean, you'd be in the running for one of the highest scoring playoff games of all time. Getting a shootout into the 40s? Oh, boy.
This is from Gov, not that Gov, but a different Gov, Lions fan.
In the Tecumseh area.
Goff threw for 4,500 yards and had 2 running backs run over 1,000. I'm not saying Laporta wasn't awesome this year, too, but I think we have some options.
Who? Now, Brock Wright practiced today. Okay. But who? Do you understand it is as much of a compliment about Laporta as it is me being negative about the team? Okay, Sam Laporta was I don't give it. He was better than Travis Kelce this year. You know why I can say that? Because I watched the games.
No,
Sam
but think about
Laporta's
this.
better than Travis Kelce right here, right now. Okay?
No, but Mike, let's just go back to the beginning of the season. A lot of Lions fans were very confident you were going to beat the Chiefs. Why? Travis Kelce wasn't going to play.
There you go.
You were confident. Oh, we're going to walk into Kansas City because there's no Kelce.
Right now, do you know the only comp I can give to Sam Laporta, and it's the highest compliment I can pay? It's George Kittle. Why? Because Kittle is every bit the blocker as he is the receiver, just like Sam Laporta. You drafted a Gronk-type guy. Oh, yeah, everyone knows about Gronk and catching touchdowns and all that. Gronk was vicious in the run game. Sam Laporta hurts both.
Mm-hmm.
It's really bad.
And so to sit here and say, well, that's no big deal, you weren't feeling that way at the beginning of the season. And I think that he has elevated himself
How many
to
tight
Kelce
ends,
level.
How many tight ends right now would you put unequivocally ahead of Sam Laporta in the National Football League? Right here, right now.
1.
So if tomorrow, let's say in the divisional round, the Niners take the field and George Kittle falls down a flight of stairs, he ain't going to play.
Right.
You don't think that matters?
And you don't think Detroit is back. Well, you don't have George Kittle. That's what the Rams are saying right now.
I can't even name your backup tight end. And I'm a nerd.
David, the backup tight end is the fullback.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Sprinkle.
Oh, Kajewski or
Juszczyk.
Oh,
Yeah.
Juszczyk.
Yeah.
I like him, but he's a fullback.
No, that's what I'm saying. Basically, that would be your considering. They would just move him. Yeah.
Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, guys. How you guys doing today?
Good, John. What's on your mind?
One thing I noticed over the last, I think the last 3 or 4 games, the Rams have been outscored in the second half. Now, not by much, but even your Giants did that to them. So I think they're a little susceptible to if you can make halftime adjustments as far as this team. The biggest thing that worries me is that Stafford having the ball with 2-3 timeouts and no more than 40 seconds left in the game and down by a score. Stafford is very, very good at making that last drive and bringing points out of that last drive. He has still done that this year. So I don't want him with the ball in his hands at the end of the game. I think that's my biggest worry about this game. Other than that, yeah, it can go either way. As you know, can you get Stafford to make mistakes? Because he is still prone to throw that interception.
Yeah, it's pressure. You have to pressure him. And I just don't know if you're going to be able to do that without blitzing. And that is a concern because Rico nailed it. The minute you sell out and the minute you decide this is how we're going to play this game today, that's not Russell Wilson on the other side. That's not a Broncos team without Cortland Sutton. This is going to be a team that with Sean McVay will have the answers to that puzzle. It creates an issue. Now, if all of a sudden your base 4 is getting a ton of pressure, this game's over. But that's just not something they do. 248-539-9797. By the way, David, why is it always so confusing? I hit the Google to try to read about this doo-da-da-da-dee, and I even when they try to explain what's in the Bible, they don't make it approachable. I mean, they're not even speaking English over here. Like in the description of what we're talking about, why is it always so complex?
It's not. We can sit down. We can talk about it.
I don't have that kind of time. I mean, my God.
Hold on. Let me look this up.
He wants to understand it.
Oh, Rico, I go to the Wikipedia, and I mean, I don't have all day for this. God almighty.
Deuteronomy.
Yeah, go ahead, look it up.
Oh, well, never mind.
What?
That book has a lot of historical stuff in it. You're going to get names that you don't pronounce.
Who's Joshua? 248. All right, Kenny, I'm working on it.
He was kind of important.
Joshua was overrated. 248. Let's go. I don't want to lose to the Rams, Rico. I don't want to lose. I'm under a lot of pressure.
We're breaking down the 12 spies.
I got to get Kenny to the game.
97-1.
All right, NFL Super Wild Card Weekend. 6 games, 3 days. Please, God, don't let the Lions lose, please. FanDuel, more ways to play. Props, the sides, totals, SGPs. I got it all. Best sports book in America. $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 wager. It's FanDuel, official sportsbook partner, and 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, President Michigan, first online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. I'll get back to your calls in a quick moment right now. It's time for Football Today.
So let's go through this because we are talking Lions and Rams, but I want to go through every contender. Let's talk about their weaknesses and see if you agree if they have to be worried about this, guys. So let's start with the Cleveland Browns, and their biggest flaw would be turnovers. Let me give you some stats here. They've turned the ball over 12 times across their past 5 games. Flacco has thrown 9 interceptions. 2 of those turnovers resulted in pick sixes. Would that be a concern for you?
Huge concern. Yeah. The only thing they have to do is go on the road, play defense, punt the football. Texans are not going to be able to score much on their own. For all that we love about C.J. Stroud, the reality is they struggle to get to 20.
See, I think when's the Flacco magic end? It's been a great story,
I know.
But you know it's going to come crashing and burning down. You just don't know when it's going to happen.
Let's move over to the L.A. Rams. Let's talk about their flaw being kicking. The Rams have hit on just 80.7% of their field goals and extra points. That marks them 31st in the league. Would that be a concern going into the game?
Yeah, less of a concern you're indoors. But here's the thing. The team you're playing, they ain't got a kicker either.
Right. Yeah, this looks more like the Charger game. We're just going to go for it. And
what's
go
the
for
over-under on 4th down attempts in this game between both teams? Set at 6.5.
I would have probably went 4.5 or 5.5.
Okay, but we all agree this game is going to be played on 4th down, isn't it?
Yeah, you're not taking the under. Oh, yeah. Anything 4th and 3, just go for it because you know he's that nut job. He's going to do the same thing.
Next on the list would be the Philadelphia Eagles. Their biggest flaw would be the pass defense.
Defense.
Pass
Special
defense.
teams.
Everything.
Coach. Bodyguard.
So the Eagles have allowed 34 touchdowns, which is only one short of the rival, which is the Commanders. They've allowed 34 touchdown passes. Wow.
Dear God.
So that would be definitely a concern, right?
Yeah.
See, for the Eagles, I think they just forgot how to score. It's the other way. They don't score anymore. And now, if A.J. Brown can't play, I have no idea what I'm looking at when I watch this team. Like, that team was in the Super Bowl. Yeah.
They're broken, and I've been saying it now for 2 months. Jalen Hurts' knee is a thing, too. He only looks like he's about 80% running the ball, tops. And he doesn't want to stay in the pocket. He doesn't want to get hit. He's not delivering the ball on time. There's no rhythm. You lost both coordinators. It can't be overstated. And defensively, forget about it. Just absolutely forget about it. A complete train wreck. And routinely, they are on the field for 38, 39, 40 minutes a game. It's unbelievable.
So the next on the list would be your Detroit Lions, and their weakness would be beating pressure. So, of course, the average passer, QBR, drops more than 42 points, but Goff melts down. His 8.8 QBR under pressure is 26 in the league. Would that be a concern for this game?
100%. He's top 5 when you don't blitz him. He's bottom 5 when you do. It's just a question of who's going to be able to make it happen. Who's going to be able to get to the quarterback in this game, or at least pressure? Because, again, this is not like you got the fearsome foursome over there.
See, I would go secondary. I think that's because
I like that.
You're watching every week. They're getting torched. Yeah, they're getting interceptions because, all of a sudden you got Kirby Joseph just playing center field because you're hoping to read a bad quarterback's eyes. But now the level of quarterback play takes a step up each week, and you're not going to just be able to sit back there and play center field. You can't allow receivers to have over 200 yards a game. David, the last time I've heard, that's frowned upon in the NFL.
By the way, fun note, Lions and Rams both finished the season with 41 sacks. Spider-Man meme.
They are looking at each other, definitely, for sure.
But does Aaron Donald do the stanky leg?
Next team would be the Miami Dolphins. Their biggest flaw would be red zone defense. So the Dolphins have allowed 67.3% of their trips inside the 20 to result in touchdowns. That is the fourth worst mark in the NFL.
And
Would that be a concern?
Yeah, 100%. I'm also concerned about Mike McDaniel's calves and capri pants in zero degree weather. Look, their injuries are brutal. I mean, losing Jalen Phillips, losing Bradley Chubb. You don't have your pass rushers. That's the only way you stop teams in the red zone. Yeah, man, there's no argument there. I worry offensively. That's a finesse team. Jalen Waddle's made of paper mache. The running back core is beat up. O-line is beat up. The whole thing, man, it's falling apart.
Yeah, I think they peaked way too soon. Early in the middle of the season, they looked unbeatable. But now, the weather, the fact that if you won the game last week, you would have been playing in Miami. You couldn't get it done. Yeah, I agree with Mike. I think that they've just run out of steam.
Yeah, to your point on that, Mike, since they've had injuries in the past 5 games, they've had allowed 22 trips in the 20. 15 of them have been touchdowns, so that will go to the injuries they've had on defense there. The next on the list would be the Kansas City Chiefs, and it would be simply catching passes. So Andy Reid's wideouts are dropping 7.5% of passes thrown in their direction. That's the worst mark in the NFL in some time.
Let's be even more specific. Separation is their issue. No one gets open on that team. Travis Kelce looks like he's playing in a coffin. Their wide receivers absolutely suck if you're not named Rashee Rice, and he only catches things at the line of scrimmage or in the red zone. No one's open. Then you throw it, and of course they're not making these catches. It's the whole thing is busted. They have no team speed.
And they also have Kadarius Toney, so... You have never been more right about any player in the NFL as you were with Kadarius Toney. I thought you were just being overly critical of that man. He's garbage. And I don't like to say that about too many people. He is truly garbage. He brings nothing to the table.
Next team.
He has hamburger helper hands.
Next team on the list would be the Dallas Cowboys. Their flaw would be rush defense. So they're 31st in defensive success rate against the run, meaning opposing offensive stay ahead of schedule or pick up first downs or touchdowns on the ground at the NFL's second highest rate.
Tell me the last time the Packers were good at stopping the run.
Okay. I'm just giving you what their weakness is.
No, I'm saying it may as well be the logo on their helmet. This has been Joe Barry's problem for how long? They can't stop the run. I don't remember the last time they were able to. You're 100% spot on. The other thing is still inexperienced QB making his debut on the road. Are we sure Jordan Love is ready for that?
No.
No, they can't stop the run, David. You win.
Next team on the list would be the Ravens and their flaw, which is not a lot.
Their quarterback never shows up in the playoffs.
No, their flaw would be...
He pulls a Michael Penix.
It would be fumbles. It says the Ravens have fumbled 13 times across their 13 victories. They've lost the ball 8 times in their 3 losses.
Yeah, it's Lamar in the playoffs. Okay? That's your fatal flaw. It's your weakness. Until you show up and do it in the playoffs, that's the weakness. And again, I fully expect this is the year Lamar gets it right. This is the year he gets to a Super Bowl. But his playoff numbers are ass.
Yeah, because when the Ravens lose, man, they look bad.
Awful.
Like,
helpless.
Right. It's not even like a close game. It's like, wait, that's the Ravens?
Yeah, so then the 49ers' biggest flaw would be, of course, interceptions, because in their 4 losses, Purdy's thrown 9 interceptions, which is an interception rate of 7.5.
Yeah. I was going to say Purdy's their weakness. If you can stop him from going out there and having to take over the game, you can win. If you can rely on Debo and McCaffrey and all, that's fine. But if he has to win the game like on Christmas night, no. Long night.
So that is your playoff edition football today.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. It's the Lions' biggest game in at least 30 years. Will they have one of their best and most reliable weapons on the field? Sam Laporta sat out Wednesday's practice just 3 days after hyperextending his knee and sustaining a bone bruise in the regular season finale. Dan Campbell told reporters in Allen Park earlier today Laporta is making progress. Three other Lions didn't participate today in practice. Punt returner Khalif Raymond, who injured his knee late last week, and three starting offensive linemen, Graham Glasgow, Frank Ragnow, and Taylor Decker. Ragnow and Decker have had regular veteran rest days recently. In other Lions news, the Titans have reportedly requested to interview Lions DC Aaron Glenn about their vacant head coaching position. This after the Panthers earlier this week requested an interview with Ben Johnson for the second year in a row. Carolina also wants to talk with Lions COO Mike Disner about its GM opening. And the NCAA may attempt to wipe it from the record books, but they'll never be able to erase it from the hearts and minds of Michigan fans or from Jim Harbaugh's body. U of M's coach says he will follow through on the promise he made to players to get a tattoo commemorating the Wolverines' national championship. Harbaugh said the ink, which will be his first, shocker, will probably go on his shoulder. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Just tremendous. Listen, give me one moment on something because I don't understand. I just feel like I am so alone in this world sometimes. Why does Kelly Stafford have to do things?
Oh boy. Is it? Let's see if it's what I think it is.
New York Post. And I'm sure it's everywhere. But plenty of people out there are just saying, like, yeah, man, don't be wearing a Stafford jersey this week. And we hope we make it really hard on Matthew Stafford. And you know what? To hell with him. Like, he left and won a Super Bowl, and now's our time. Kelly Stafford, who just must be really bored, decided to do what she does best. She just essentially went after the fans. It's what she did multiple times when she was here. Well, that's just really sad, she wrote, because it's the opposite of how we feel about the city. And it's like, Kelly, just stop. Yeah. No one attacked you. No one attacked your husband. He don't play here no more. And the organization sent him to the place that you wanted to go. So please, when you type what you type, just don't do it. I get so frustrated. I don't understand it.
Well, you know, Rieger listened to the whole podcast.
I refuse.
And some of the things that he told me.
Just say them now. No one cares about your secret conversation. What else did she do?
I'm about to tell you, Mike, it's called the setup, okay?
Da-do-wa to me.
Basically, she's upset because the Lions won't give her a suite. And do you know how difficult it is to pack up your kids, take them across country, and then have them sit in the stands? Yes. First world, elite problems. Like, you could hire a nanny for each child if you really wanted to. But yeah, Lions won't give her a suite. You know
Good for the Lions.
You know how expensive it is to buy one? Like, seriously?
The Lions won't give Kenny Cott a ticket.
Hey, but they won't give her a suite. You could afford it.
Kenny Cott plays for this team. I'm getting you to the game. Just relax.
But yeah.
I just can't stand it.
She can't help herself.
What?
She can't.
You know, I'll tell you who I blame. Then I blamed Stafford. Just like I blamed him when we were all in town together. Take the phone away. Enough. You're making my life hard at
'Cause
work.
she's going to say,
take
honey,
the phone.
Honey, it's all about my brand.
What brand?
And Stafford is so non-confrontational.
But what brand?
Her brand.
What, did she invent the Model T?
You know
what brand?
The brand that says at 4 o'clock we're talking about her.
No, I'm just angry. That's it. There is no brand.
She says dumb things so that
These
we
fans
react.
don't deserve to get trashed by a player's wife who got immeasurably wealthy by playing here and winning nothing.
I can't see anybody
They
showing-
supported her husband while winning nothing. They bought his jersey. They kissed his ass. If Matthew Stafford demanded a pedicure,
Mike,
fans would have given it to him.
They bought Detroit Rams gear because of Matthew Stafford.
My point is there's nothing wrong this week with people saying, cut it. Not this week.
Right.
No Detroit Rams. No number 9 jerseys. Boo him. Sack him.
If
Go
it's a
get
9
him.
jersey, it's J-Mo jersey. That's it.
God, why do we platform these people? Why? Why? It's the same damn thing with Brittany Mahomes. Go do something in this world. You are not famous.
No.
Your husband is.
Poor Brittany found out what it's like to be really famous, and it wasn't her this year. Nobody looked at her in the box. They were looking at somebody's girlfriend.
Think fast. Can you name Cameron Diaz's husband? Nope. She's famous. He's not. And no one wants to hear from you.
But she feels like the world needs to listen to her pod.
The
as she breaks it
idea,
down.
and I'm not looking for it. I don't subscribe. I'm reading a newspaper.
Yeah. Upset, the Lions will not give her a suite.
I'd take
Because of
it a
everything,
step. You know
everything
what?
that they've done for them.
Take it a step further. I'd ban her from the stadium. Put a picture of Kelly Stafford up and just ban her.
Because they don't know how difficult it is to have all these kids in the stand.
Well, then here's an idea. Don't come here. Stay home in your 30,000 square foot mansion and enjoy your day.
Or you know what?
Daddy's got to go to work.
Go rent out a movie theater for the kids.
Here's an
With a
idea.
playpen.
Your husband can't hear you cheering. Nobody here cares if you're here. Why would they give you a suite? It's their first home playoff game in 30 years.
Because they were here for all those years. And they helped build this. It's
Ford
because
Field was here before him. It'll be here after him. And the last I checked, the first banner they put up is after he left. Boom! Get out!
What about the commercials for the
Who
pickup
wants
truck?
pizza? Look, man, nobody hates him. Nobody hates him.
That sound like Roberto.
Why can't we just please?
That's where we are. Yep, she feels as if she's being slighted. They're not getting their due. And I'm telling you, I bet you she thinks that they're going to have this gigantic display. Thank you, Matthew, for all that you've done for this city.
They're not coming back to put him in the Ring of Honor. Right. He doesn't deserve a suite.
Right.
He doesn't need people to wear jerseys.
Right. You come back for the Ring of Honor. He's retired. Yes.
No problem. Give you a suite. We'll send a private plane. We're going to give him a beautiful mustard-colored blazer. I don't care. I've said it. Put him up in the Ring of Honor. This is a playoff game. You are not my friend. And but this is always what she's done. You can go back. She has knocked the fans multiple times, and I can't stand it.
Well, good news. We get to experience it next year because the Rams are coming back.
Great.
Regular season.
Great.
Not
Here's
sure
a
she'll
folding
complain.
chair. You can go sit outside. Oh, here, Mrs. Stafford, we're welcoming you to your suite. Wait a minute. Where are we? Oop, door shut. Lock it. Get out.
Wait, Hockey Town?
Wait a minute. This is a church. Bye now. Bye.
He's in what should have been Houston.
Wait. Yeah, here. Here's your suite. This is just empty office space. Bye now.
Oh, no. We have a suite. But I'm in a baseball stadium. Don't worry about it.
It's open air. It's beautiful.
Right.
I'm sorry, and I know we're focused on the game. I've never liked it when players or players' family knock fans or towns. Even if someone says something unfair about you, Yeah. Oh, Matthew, you know what? As always, I think her other line in this was, well, Matthew and I have always been the bigger people. It's like, are you serious?
Guess I missed the touchdown passes she used to throw.
Okay. You get my point.
Yeah, I do.
You know what? For once, it's like, why can't Lions fans who have been infinitely supportive of this man have a week where he is the enemy?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not personal. These fans have waited 30 years for this moment. A moment, by the way, your husband couldn't deliver.
Yep. You're in a different color jersey. You're a Ram.
You won your Super Bowl. You got another contract extension. You got a healthy family. You got 4 healthy kids, I think. Can you just please, for a moment, not take the slightest grievance and then take to social media?
You mean not make it about her?
Yes, I don't have a drop for that. Just, yes. And I'm sorry if you're listening and you're like, Jesus, why is he so angry? Because it's been consistent with her when she was here and now she's not here. And I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I have always had a thing. I don't care if you're a man, a woman, whatever league you play in. You know who I don't want to hear from? Your family. I don't want to hear from your husband. I don't want to hear from your wife. I don't want to hear from your daughter. I don't want to hear from your father. I don't want to hear from your aunt. I don't want to hear from anybody. I want to hear from you. You play. The name on the check is you. I don't need to hear from anybody else. It has always irked me. It's just, stop. If Stafford has a problem with it, say it.
You know that's never going to happen.
I know. All right, that's all. David, take a text or something, or would you like me to just...
Joan Howe says, tell Kelly that her suite is waiting at the very popular District Detroit.
Yeah, here's your suite. I'm going to call Serta. We'll put a mattress out there. You could sit on it at the District. Enjoy the game.
Chris in Flint says, preach, Mike. No Stafford love this week. He is the enemy, full stop.
Yeah, I'd hate to tell Kelly, but most fans, 99% of them in the moment, they want to send Matthew out of here for good. Bye. They want to beat him. And if they can get a hit on him and knock him out, they're going to do it. Welcome to the NFL. It's not personal. It's not Bounty Gate. But Lions fans, let's say Aiden blindsides him. Leonard Marshall on Joe Montana. Stafford's out. Anyone crying? Hope he's okay long term. But I ain't exactly crying if he ain't here for the next 45 minutes. It's football.
Yeah, that's what someone's saying. He is no longer beloved, Matthew Stafford in Detroit. He is the LA Rams quarterback. We hate him now.
Okay.
She doesn't think it should be that way. You should always love Matthew the way she loves Matthew. Don't break your microphone. Just read something.
Dude, the world is just bull. The whole world is just baloney.
Wait, you don't understand why she feels that way?
I don't.
It makes total sense.
Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees.
Maybe we put her in a suite with Kenny.
What's not up for debate? The eco-friendly, most comfortable, best mattress ever made. It's iComfort Eco by Serta. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's perfect sleeper. For pressure-relieving comfort, it's Serta mattresses, made here in Michigan, have been for over 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, let's get to the people. I'm very sorry for that last segment. That was a little self-indulgent. I just get quite annoyed. Let's go to Rick, 97.1. Rick, how you doing, buddy? And Rick.
Rick's had lunch.
All right, Rick is away and enjoying a Happy Meal of some sort. We'll go to Trevor, 97.1. What's up, Trev?
Hello, you guys there?
Yeah, Trev, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? What's up, Mike and Nico?
How are you, sir?
Sorry.
Welcome.
Good, how are you?
Good.
Yeah, so my thing is, for Goff, I feel like McVay knows him a lot, and, I mean, when he gets hit, I feel like that's when he starts, like, throwing these, like, passes, you know, I mean, you've seen it before where he starts getting hit a lot and pressure's on him. That's when he, I think, kind of throws it bad. But for Stafford, I feel like it's a whole new staff in Detroit, and the secondary as well, which you guys have brought up quite a bit, is a big deal.
I mean, look, when you're facing someone like Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, and they've got a couple other good skill players, your lack of corners is a real problem.
Mm-hmm.
And Sutton is only one guy, and I don't want to turn him into something he's not. He's a solid number 2 in this league. He's not a lead corner. Well, you're going up against maybe the best duo you faced all year. And a guy that sure as hell knows how to get these guys open, schematically speaking. I don't know how it happens. How Cooper Kupp is ever running alone by 30 yards, I'll never understand. How Puka Nacua has walked into this league, caught 100 passes, and become a superstar, you have to go to McVay. So, yeah, Trev, I'm really concerned because you're not the Ravens. You know, you don't have this amazing pass rush. So time plus scheme, that's a real problem. So what's Aaron Glenn going to do to change that?
Yeah, I don't know.
See, I don't think he can bring the blitz the way people want him to do. The Broncos, Wilson was broken.
It's limited fear.
They saw blood in the water and they took advantage of it. And you saw, you know, not McVay, but the coach, Broncos coach, had the meltdown on the sideline. And then next thing you know, Russell's gone because they saw Russell has limited mobility. He is not the same Mr.
My
Unlimited
point is,
he used to
all
be.
right, until you give me a better solution forward, or Trevor, if you can give it to me, it has to be, we're going to load up the box, we're going to pressure you, we're going to take away the run, and we're going to hit Stafford 100 times. And if you're able to just hit a couple of bombs on us, it is what it is. Rico,
You live with it?
I have to, because no disrespect, I don't hear Trevor or you or anyone in this audience giving me an alternative.
No, because you can't sit back and play a zone defense because you'll get picked apart.
You'll be dead.
Yeah.
Well,
Also, sorry, go ahead.
No, Trev, all you. Go ahead.
All right, yeah. And one other thing, have you guys seen Amon-Ra's hair?
Yeah.
No, you guys. I haven't heard you guys talk about it yet. So
Wait, what am I missing?
He dyed his hair blue.
Uh-oh. Really?
Honolulu blue.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
he's ready. Let's go.
Oh, is that like a thing?
I guess.
All right.
Hopefully it won't be like the ski mask. But yes, he's dyed his hair completely Honolulu blue.
Well, good thing he wears a helmet. I won't have to see it. It doesn't. Who cares?
Right. I mean, it wasn't worth bringing up on the show.
Oh, he's like, I haven't heard you talk about it. I'm like, well, what did he do?
I wouldn't do it, but hey, looks good on you.
I could not imagine you with Honolulu blue.
Rico, I think you should dye your hair blue. If they beat the Rams, will you dye your hair blue?
Now, the Lions would have to beat the Niners in San Francisco to go to a Super Bowl.
Now, that's a bet right there. That is a future bet. Exactly.
Let's go to Ian, 97.1. Ian, how you doing,
working
buddy?
on your suite with the Kelly.
I'm working on it.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Ian, what's going on, buddy?
Sitting here on hold, I think I found something that can help you all. And, of course, by you all, I mean everybody but Mike. This is from the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 5, verses 5 and 6. It is better not to promise anything than to promise something and not do it. Don't let your words cause you to sin. If you do, God will become angry with your words and will destroy everything you've worked for.
I am getting
and you know what? If you read the next verse, Ian, it says, and you will not draft a quarterback in the draft.
Ian, I am getting him to the game. Can we all calm down, please?
I love Ian.
Ian with the call of the
Actually,
day.
Ecclesiastes chapter 6 says don't pay a running back.
Thank you. Thank you. My favorite chapter.
Yes, one for the wall. As far as the actual game goes, Laporta is obviously the main concern. If we have him, I think, probably 80%, I would say, I'd feel confident we'd win the game. But without him, I mean, it's basically like missing one of our offensive linemen. As far as the whole Dan Gamble thing goes, I mean, 3 years ago, we had never really seen a coach like Dan Campbell. So seeing a coach like Dan Campbell in the playoffs doesn't really scare me that much. I feel like we live by the sword, die by the sword with him, and that's it is what it is. But, Friday will be, the be-all, end-all for me, at least, as to how confident I feel going into the game, whether or not we see Laporta active or out.
Yeah, I mean, Ian, I know some people be like, wait, you can't put that much importance on one player, but he's so unique. He's a plus in the run game. He's a plus in the pass game. He is your quarterback's safety valve, but he's also on those 1st and 10 hard play action out of largely run sets. He's one of the two guys that generally is being targeted 15, 20 yards down the field. You take that away,
Exactly.
It just changes everything.
He's the Swiss Army knife for this offense. I mean, you can plug him in the run game, plug him in the pass game. Like you say, the safety net for Goff. I feel like Goff is going to be really uncomfortable if he doesn't have that option to throw to. And that will, especially on pressure situations, that'll really hurt us on offense. I could see us stalling out a lot more than we even do already if Laporta's not available to go.
Yep. Ian, I'm with you. Oh, wow. I'm on Russ Harris blue. You got it, brother. I mean, that's really Honolulu blue.
Yeah. He went all out.
I mean, hey, man. How do you get that out? Like, let's say they
wash
lose.
it a lot.
So that's all it takes?
Yeah. It's not permanent dye, but yeah, it'll take.
I think I'd shave my head and just start over.
Or you do that.
I mean, that's really blue.
You shave it, go to Cabo, and come back in a few weeks.
Right. What's the problem? You're an NFL player. You take a month. Yeah, I'm not messing with that. That's a lot of work.
You go to another country where nobody knows who you are, and
sure. That's what we're all going to want to do if they lose to the Rams.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that show, but I thought it was important. We started today with.
No, because look, I'm trying to stay positive, but if they lose, it will be another chapter in same old Lion. And oh my God, remember when Stafford came here and you'll talk about it's like Calvin in the catch and it's the flag.
Why can't it just be that the Rams are a really tough matchup
because
for this
of
team?
who the quarterback was who came back? It was Matthew Stafford. So it's like the circle of life. He came back and he won a playoff game in Detroit before Detroit actually
That's
won a
not
game.
fair to this fan base.
It's not, but that's what the fans are going to be saying, Mike.
Look at Kenny. Look what you just did to him.
He just said, I'm leaving. I don't want to think about losing anymore.
Right, because if they lose, it
Kenny,
won't be, they
you
just lost to a better team.
So when I get you to the game, how are you going to handle if they lose?
If you get me to the game, I will handle it. I'll
Really?
handle it probably pretty poorly, to be honest with you.
Kenny.
Because I'm the opposite of you. The closer we get to this game, the more confident I'm getting. I don't know where it's coming from, but I'm starting to believe more and more.
I am getting you to the game, and I'm buying all your drinks. Will you just have a little faith? These two, hey, the two Christians here don't. Can you give me a little faith?
They're bringing me down, man.
Hey, where's the blind faith? You show your guy JC. You can't give me a little blind faith.
Mike,
This is the Lions.
Mike, but in John 5:7,
stop.
He
That's
leaned
not even
over
real.
and said, "Hey, Judas, go do what you have to do and see if you can find Kenny some sweet tea tickets."
A sweet tea. That's not even a real thing.
It is. He said, Judas, go. He said, Judas, do what you got to do. See if you can find Kenny some tickets.
He doesn't drink sweet tea. I drink sweet tea.
Sweet tickets.
I don't even know the story he's telling, but isn't Judas a bad guy? I don't know. The point is.
No, he is. And he leaned over at the table and said, Judas, go do what you need to do because I know what you're about to do to me. Go do it. David, fact.
That's very true. He did lean over. Yeah.
He whispered to him and said, go do what you got to do.
I'm leaving.
See
Do
if
it
you can
now. He
find
said, do it
Kenny.
now. Yeah.
Do it now. Find Kenny a ticket to the game.
I am. I got it
on
on
that to Judas.
Read something, please.
And some sweet tea.
248-539-9797. Goodbye. All right, a lot to do. We got a couple open phone lines, first time all day, but I am sounding the alarm. I only speak for myself. I am very afraid of Sunday's playoff game, and it's all football. This has nothing to do with PTSD. It has nothing to do with SOL. It has nothing to do with, oh my God, what a story, Stafford. F Stafford. I'm scared for football reasons, and we're talking about it. And there's a lot of people who feel the way I feel. Now, the other storyline, I want to tell you something. I have never been more disappointed in David. So David said, hey, look, I got a contact. I might have a pair for sale because I'm getting Kenny to this game.
Mm-hmm.
So David calls his contact. Do you know what the contact said?
Hung up.
Even worse. Who are these for? And David's like, oh, it's for Mike. Mike doesn't go to church. I'm not selling to him. Okay?
That's not true. That is not true.
Okay? I thought your church was a place of welcoming people. I thought it was inclusive, not exclusive.
That is not true.
Okay, so here's the deal.
They already sold their tickets.
That's a lie.
Wow.
That is a lie. You are refurbishing the truth for the air.
So you couldn't even just take one for the team and go Sunday? So you can get these tickets for Kenny?
Take one for the team? No, listen, I'm going to take money out of my pocket if I have to. And get them
Just
to the game.
go to his church service and get the tickets.
That's
all you had to do.
No. That's not what I had to do.
This is why you're not getting tickets.
That's not, no. I'm not bargaining. You told me you don't get to bargain this religion thing. The point I'm making is.
It's a different church, but I would go with him if he would get the tickets, yes.
Look at that. David not doing a sermon to sit there with his buddy on the front pew.
I'm good. So listen, here's the deal. I'm going to put a bounty. I will have to make an
take
offer.
David out in the break.
Bye, guys. I got to get out of here.
No.
Go.
No. I think what we got to do is this. If you're out there in listener land, who wants to take Kenny to the game? I pay for the ticket and I pay for all your drinks. We're getting Kenny to the game. I don't need to waste my time with this corporate nonsense. I thought we had a spot for Kenny. It's ridiculous we don't. So I'm going to take matters into my own hands. If you take Kenny, you get a ticket paid for and you get free drinks.
We got Kelly on line 9.
Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, hey, if you got a luxury suite, Kelly Stafford would like to buy it. Kenny, I got 3 people on the march for this. I'm going to get it handled. But I'm just David and this whole, well, if you were a man of faith, I'd sell him to you. It's judgmental. It's hurtful.
Don't listen to anything this man is saying. That's not what happened.
Really?
All I know is I got a feeling you're going to hear, sadly, Kenny never made it to the Lions game.
It's not true.
Just like when I pass it along, Rico. Sadly,
time out. First of all, the only reason
never passed it
I'll
along.
buy the tickets right now, but what I'm trying to do is use my contacts to get him better seats. Now, if you want me to just hit the button so you'll STFU, I'll do it.
Let's not be so hasty here.
Wait, why did this become about me? It's not about me.
You know what? I'll tell you why.
It's not about me.
Because you're a big parakeet in a 49ers hoodie, and I can't take anymore. Kenny's not going to the game. It doesn't stop.
I didn't say a word.
Is there a reverb in here? David.
Sadly, Kenny will be watching the game at home. I just hear it in Morgan Freeman's voice.
Rico, if that happens, you will be getting a picture of me in my apartment going, sadly, Kenny was watching the game at his apartment.
David, would you like to read the ticket text for the first time this hour?
I can read some. Stafford didn't win one single big game in Detroit for 12 years. He's not going to start now. That is from RJ.
One has nothing to do with the other, guys.
Robin Monroe said, I'm not worried about the Lions putting up points on the board. I'm worried about our ability to keep points off the board.
Let me ask you a question. 28-24, 2:43 to go. Rams get the football. How confident are you?
Not very.
David?
Yeah, I'm not confident.
Kenny?
No, not confident at all.
So in essence, you not only need the lead, but the ball as well. Like, you don't believe this team can close out a playoff game.
Okay, I'll take that back. If the Rams have the ball like at their 5 or 10 yard line, because then I think Glenn will just say, screw it, we're bringing the blitz and we're going to try to get a safety or a sack or get him to fumble. Because the short field, he'll be able to take advantage of that. But in the middle of the field, no way.
No. Dead giveaway. David, go ahead.
Jordan Pontiac says, I'm not worried about Stafford. Heard people for years wanting us to trade him. Now we're scared of him. Lions by 14. Okay.
That just doesn't make sense. All right. You know what? I can't argue stupid right now. I'm too stressed out. I got to get this Kenny thing off my back.
I got faith in you.
I believe it can get done.
Oh, do you? I believe you hang out with some judgmental people.
He said he believes it can get done. He didn't say he believes it will get done.
I can hit a button right now and make it happen. I'm trying to get him better seats. Then once I get him in the building, I'm going to work the back channel. I'm going to get him into the suite. I got to get him in the building first.
It'll happen, Mike. It's actually in Exodus, as God told Moses, part the Red Sea, and once everybody is through, there'll be a ticket for Kenny on the other side.
I love Rico. You're doing this. This is amazing. This is so good.
I got you. And then the Lord tapped his chest twice.
What, did he see an audible? What, did he identify the Mike linebacker? What the hell does that mean?
That means I got you.
Oh, got it.
Oh, he didn't do the Decker. He didn't do what he was.
No. See,
and then
that would
Jesus
be saying
reported eligible.
Right. That would be saying he's eligible to cross the Red Sea. I'm already there. So, Moses, I got you. Kenny's ticket is on the other side of the Red Sea. You just got to cross it.
David, please read something.
I don't know if I should love this or not.
You should.
Oh, man. Stafford is 10-60 against teams above 500. I am in no way afraid of Matthew Stafford in this game.
Yeah, but what is he with the Rams? I think that's probably a more appropriate stat. Remember, he joined a winless Lions team. Let's be somewhat fair.
I'm 100% confident the Lions will beat the Rams. Why? I'm not sure why. It's just the same feeling I had in the first game against the Chiefs. And I bet money on the money line for the Lions. We'll do the same here.
I will reset the reasons, top of the hour. None of them are fake or hot takey. It's all football.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I didn't understand, Doug and Scott were doing this today, and it was like fans were conflicted about whether to root for Stafford. I'm like, what?
Do you show up in your Stafford jersey?
I'm like, I hope they have a Honolulu blue body bag, and we just stuff them in there.
No, that's
like,
where you have
what?
that's where you come. I think pregame, pep rally, bring all your Stafford jerseys and all your Detroit Ram gear, just light it on fire.
Who the hell would go to this game and be like, wow, I want the Lions to win, but boy, Stafford sure looks good today. What?
Jim Costa.
There's a lot of people,
Wait,
Mike.
what?
There's a lot.
Doesn't he love Stafford?
There's a lot of people.
He hates golf.
Yeah, but I don't know Jim's take on Stafford.
Oh, he wants. Yeah, he likes Stafford.
He does?
It was a big mistake getting Goff here. You can't get rid of Goff fast enough.
Big mistake. They just won the NFC North.
They won it in spite of Goff.
He's in the building. Bring him in here. Where is he? I know he already taped his Pistons stuff. Lord knows nobody would notice the difference if he didn't. Where is he? He's in the building. Go get him.
Probably in the gym.
Go get him. Right now. Tell him we need an audience with him. Bring him in here. I want him on the record where he stands on this. If he's one of these LA Lions things.
No, I think he's a Stafford guy.
But he's going to root for Stafford this weekend?
I don't know.
I don't know if he roots for Stafford, but I don't think he'll shed a tear if Goff has a bad game and Stafford doesn't. It's going to be one of the Tayshaun Prince.
Oh, that's some kind of mental disorder. That's insane. That's insane.
I'll go get him.
248-539-9797. I'm going to take care of some business. We got football today. We're going to reset the deck at 5 o'clock. I got another phone call I got to make in the break. I'm getting Kenny there. I don't know what all this religious quotation was in that segment, but I'll move past it. New Year's resolution. You want to lose a few lbs. Go to idealu.us, the John Jansen Weight Loss Club. You could lose 20 pounds in just 30 days. Whether your resolution's to lose 10 or 100 or anything in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. John lost 10 pounds in 10 days. 63 overall. You want to find out how? You want to get on that same plan? They'll get you ready to go. It's idealu.us, Ideal U Health Center. You sign up, you get a free body composition analysis, which is a $150 value, and get on the road to success. Picture yourself 20 or 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Go to idealu.us. That's idealu.us. All right, we'll get back to your calls momentarily. Right now, a little football today.
So let's continue that conversation with the breaking news that Pete Carroll is gone in Seattle. So then what is next in Seattle?
I have no idea. I mean, look, they fired him. He did not step down. He did not resign. It is being reported he was fired. Here's an interesting note. Fired, but he gets to stay with the organization in an advisory role.
Yeah.
Very odd you see those two things put together. Now, they refuse to rebuild. They're in a very weird spot. They're in the same spot as the Minnesota Vikings, quite frankly. You might have a quarterback, but you don't, but you do, but you don't. You're never going to win a Super Bowl, but you're never going to bottom out. Now, last year, they had an opportunity picking fifth. They decided to take corner. I really don't know what you do there. Running game, they've got the backs. They got a couple good young tackles. You know what's out there at wide receiver. Rico, I think it's an attractive job. Great home field advantage.
Yeah. Seattle. I think
that's a Ben Johnson spot if I'm Ben Johnson.
Because you don't have to hit rock bottom. It's not the Carolina Panthers where you're going to lose for at least the next 2 years.
And you're going to work for a petulant child.
Yeah, this is one where, and that's not even D'Amico Ryan, where you kind of got lucky in a bad organization and you made them good. This is now you get your guy and you can now shop to try to find that quarterback and maybe, if this
wait
guy.
A minute. Time out. Time the hell out. What about Kirk Cousins to Seattle?
I would say
quick fix.
No. But here's the thing:
they don't want to rebuild.
You know what the best thing that happened to Kirk Cousins was?
Getting hurt.
Nick Mullins and all the disaster quarterbacks that happened in Minnesota. His value went up every game that he's shirtless up there banging the drum.
True. Okay, next.
Let's move over to this. It was interesting quotes from Jerry Jones regarding security for Mike McCarthy. He said, we'll see, when he was asked about the future of Mike McCarthy, we'll see how each game goes into the playoffs. Then he kind of clarified himself later on in an interview on the radio, says, I was a little surprised by the reaction to my quote. He says, I don't know how I could be any clearer. Coach McCarthy is under contract for next year, so that's not an issue.
Yeah, okay, great. Go out and lose to the pack as 7-point favorites, and Jerry Jones, you'll be dining on a bullet.
Or owner speak, yeah. Let us lose to the Niners again off a ridiculous play for the final play of the game, and you're fired as well.
Can I put this in there as well when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys? Because
Roberto, go ahead and put that in the sandbox, please.
Because on the other side of it, their DC is a hot commodity right now. Interview requests for Panthers, Commanders, Chargers. They lose. Could you see them just name Dan Quinn their head coach?
I thought that last year, the same thing, but they held on to him. But I don't think that McCarthy's going to be there long unless they get to a Super Bowl. They have to get past the NFC Championship game. If they make it to the Super Bowl, I think maybe if they make it to the championship game. But the Cowboys and early exits are synonymous with each other.
And I'm going to continue to say this to you. You can bring up the Panthers job 1,000,000 times. I'm going to say no to it 1,000,001. The only way I take that job, you call your wife or your spouse that day and you go, here's the deal. We are going to be fired in short order, but I am taking this because I have 58 million reasons to do so.
See, I think the Panthers job is going to go to a college coach. This is your first chance at the big boy table.
Kirby Smart.
I'm not saying him, David. I'm not saying Harbaugh, because Harbaugh doesn't need that job. I'm talking about a college coach that, hey, I finally get to go to the NFL. Yeah, it's a bad team, but you're one of
Kirby Smart.
Nah, Georgia's better than that.
Isn't it? Georgia probably beats the Panthers. I'm kidding. David.
But Dan Quinn with the Commanders Chargers, that does make sense.
That absolutely makes sense. Dan Quinn has been to a Super Bowl. If I'm Dan Quinn, I am not taking the Panthers job. It'll be my last head coaching job ever.
Either that or just the retread coach who just says, I just want a job, or Eric Bieniemy who's just like, yep, he's the only one that hired me.
So, Mike, I need you to explain to me, or try to explain to me, what is going on in New York. It was a report that Martindale had resigned.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true.
No.
But there was an issue in the meeting. He cussed out Dayball after the meeting on Monday.
He went full Valenti in a meeting.
What?
He left the meeting, left the facility, and said he was going to resign, but hasn't yet done so.
No, David, I think you also missed the point where he told everybody in that meeting that they were number one.
Oh, he did say that. You're right.
I mean, he didn't. He feels like he deserves more respect. Dayball's hard to work for, hard to coach with. And, yeah, him and Dayball had many a run-in. Now, here's Wink's problem. When your defense ranks 30th in football, I mean, sweet sunglasses and long-sleeve tee, but, like, Dayball's covering his own ass a little bit. Now, do I think Wink will end up ahead a DC somewhere? Of course I do. I just think the Giants are a train wreck top down. There's no continuity. You're firing the special teams coach. You're firing Wink Martindale. You're firing the O-line coach. At what point does it come back to Brian Daboll and Joe Shane? Here's the deal, fellas. This is the offense you put together, and it stinks.
Well, speaking of the offense you put together.
Oh, God, I hate everything.
Matt Eberflus is staying in Chicago, and the offensive staff that he put together is gone.
So's Justin Fields.
So the quarterback coach, OC, running back,
But
wide receiver, and tight
why do
end.
you keep Eberflus if you're going to saddle him with a rookie quarterback? You did the same thing to Matt Nagy.
I was about to say it's Chicago being Chicago.
You're on thin ice. Cutscene. Here's a rookie QB. Up next, you're fired. Now we try it with the next guy. Hey.
And I didn't want this QB that this guy picked.
And now you actually finished the season strong. You look like you had something to build upon. Whole offensive staff gone. Justin Fields gone. Rookie in. Eberflus dead next year. Hire another coach. And somebody will have to wake up Virginia McCaskey to tell her what effing day it is.
The only good thing about that is if you're Chicago and you've done nothing right, but maybe I think you just put somebody on the air.
Not anymore.
Wow.
He'll call back.
I'm sorry.
It happens.
I am one person
that you could possibly leverage Justin Fields and get some picks.
I want Justin Fields in New York next.
Because now if you're Seattle, man.
Justin Fields, Seattle. Justin Fields, Atlanta. Justin Fields, New York. Hey, watch Goff lose a playoff game. And get
Justin Fields here.
And we'll have to hear from this goofball. Justin Fields. Justin Fields is going to be a hot commodity. Don't worry. I've got Daniel Jones in a halo week 1.
Maybe the Niners can work some magic and get him.
Wouldn't you hope? Especially if you falter again.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just for you to get another cheer drop.
So let's close it out with this one because there may be another option when it comes to Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Adam Schefter's reporting that people around the league believe that Tomlin could decide to eventually do a Sean Payton and just take some time off, take a year off. So he wouldn't be fired. He would take a year off.
I just asked you a week ago, do you really think Tomlin still wants to do this?
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, oh, shut up. I'm like, David, I just feel like sometimes things run its course.
Yes.
Maybe it's just Pittsburgh because Cowher never coached again.
Well, see, that's why I always believe that, you move on from him because the voice doesn't seem to be resonating in the
but you know
locker
what the
room.
other angle is? I mean, look, Cowher didn't coach again for specific reasons. It's a hard life. You win a Super Bowl, you're a legend, you're making $6 million a year doing TV, you got daughters in high school. Cowher never wanted to get back into it. Now, Mike Tomlin is aging beautifully. There is a world where you don't just die on the sidelines like a lot of these guys. You've done it. You're one of the handful of best coaches in franchise history. You are a Super Bowl champion. You do, in fact, wear sunglasses on the sidelines, regardless of whether it's daytime or not. It's okay to walk away. You don't think Mike Tomlin would be a hot property on TV?
He also has college-age kids, too. So maybe
he could also do movies. Omar Epps stunt double.
Does Omar Epps does he do anything?
Is Omar Epps alive, 248?
I haven't seen him in anything lately.
The Steelers.
Omar Epps was the only one who missed the strays Cat Williams was putting out there.
Because he's not a comedian, so that's why.
Up next, your thoughts on Ricky Smiley.
Steve Harvey online.
Okay,
too.
all right.
And that's a great way to end it. That is in football today.
All right, we'll get back to your calls momentarily. Right now, a little football today.
So let's continue that conversation with the breaking news that Pete Carroll is gone in Seattle. So then what is next in Seattle?
I have no idea. I mean, look, they fired him. He did not step down. He did not resign. It is being reported he was fired. Here's an interesting note. Fired, but he gets to stay with the organization in an advisory role.
Yeah.
Very odd you see those two things put together. Now, they refuse to rebuild. They're in a very weird spot. They're in the same spot as the Minnesota Vikings, quite frankly. You might have a quarterback, but you don't, but you do, but you don't. You're never going to win a Super Bowl, but you're never going to bottom out. Now, last year, they had an opportunity picking fifth. They decided to take corner. I really don't know what you do there. Running game, they've got the backs. They got a couple good young tackles. You know what's out there at wide receiver. Rico, I think it's an attractive job. Great home field advantage.
Yeah. Seattle. I think
that's a Ben Johnson spot if I'm Ben Johnson.
Because you don't have to hit rock bottom. It's not the Carolina Panthers where you're going to lose for at least the next 2 years.
And you're going to work for a petulant child.
Yeah, this is one where, and that's not even D'Amico Ryan, where you kind of got lucky in a bad organization and you made them good. This is now you get your guy and you can now shop to try to find that quarterback and maybe, if this
wait
guy.
A minute. Time out. Time the hell out. What about Kirk Cousins to Seattle?
I would say
quick fix.
No. But here's the thing:
they don't want to rebuild.
You know what the best thing that happened to Kirk Cousins was?
Getting hurt.
Nick Mullins and all the disaster quarterbacks that happened in Minnesota. His value went up every game that he's shirtless up there banging the drum.
True. Okay, next.
Let's move over to this. It was interesting quotes from Jerry Jones regarding security for Mike McCarthy. He said, we'll see, when he was asked about the future of Mike McCarthy, we'll see how each game goes into the playoffs. Then he kind of clarified himself later on in an interview on the radio, says, I was a little surprised by the reaction to my quote. He says, I don't know how I could be any clearer. Coach McCarthy is under contract for next year, so that's not an issue.
Yeah, okay, great. Go out and lose to the Pack as 7-point favorites, and Jerry Jones, you'll be dining on a bullet.
Or owner speak. Yeah, let us lose to the Niners again off a ridiculous play for the final play of the game, and you're fired as well.
Can I put this in there as well when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys? Because
Roberto, go ahead and put that in the sandbox, please.
Because on the other side of it, their DC is a hot commodity right now.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The combination of it being the Lions' first home playoff game in 30 years and Matt Stafford's return to the Motor City has made Ford Field's NFL playoff debut this weekend historically pricey.
They held on to
the average ticket for Lions-Rams on the secondary market as of Wednesday afternoon, $801. Good for the most expensive ever for the wild card round. It's more than double the previous high-water mark set last year by Bucks and Cowboys. And by the way, the second most expensive ticket this weekend, Green Bay at Dallas, averaging $495. 4 Lions missed practice today, tight end Sam Laporta, punt returner Khalif Raymond, and 3 starting offensive linemen, Frank Ragnow, Taylor Decker, and Graham Glasgow, all 3 of whom had veteran rest days last week. TV numbers out today for the NFL, and surprise, surprise, they're phenomenal. Regular season games averaged 17.9 million viewers in 2023, the second highest mark ever. Monday Night Football averaged 17.4 million viewers, its best number since 2000. The Lions' December 30th game at Dallas was the third most watched NMF game this season, averaging over 26 million. And Detroit's Thanksgiving Day against the Packers was Fox's most watched matchup of 2023. Nearly 34 million watched that on average. Here are the Pistons and Spurs right here on 97.1 The Ticket tonight, coverage starting at 6:35. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. Oh, man. Kenny sounding like W.C. Fields over here. Oh, take a look at that.
Food and clothes.
All right, take it easy. Jim Costa joining us. This is tremendous because they were painting you in a bad light.
Not surprising.
I want to ask a question. I was told, and I didn't know this about you, so you're a super duper Stafford fan guy.
I stuck up for him when a lot of people took their shots at him.
But you still like him?
Yeah, generally, yeah.
So here's a question. Doug and Scott were doing something today, and I couldn't figure out who these people were. Like, I don't know what rat hole these people came out of. But people were like, I'm kind of conflicted about whether to root for Stafford. So all I said is, Costa's in the building. We don't need to play pretend. I want it on the record. Tell me you're not one of those guys.
No, not even a little bit.
So
not even a little. Mike, the whole Detroit Rams thing, people co-opting that as some kind of Lions accomplishment. It was the opposite of a Lions accomplishment. They didn't build a team around Stafford, and it was played out on national TV. Now they got a chance to show that they've learned, that they've built a team, and they have built a team.
All right,
and you root for the team that you grew up rooting for. 30 years, I got a chance to see something that's never happened before.
Matthew Stafford win a game at Ford Field?
Don't do it.
That's not nice.
Listen, I like being right. Mike knows this. I like being right. Okay. I don't need to see him be right.
Okay, you'll be joining David with little baby Houston. You have little baby Matthew or Kelly. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you.
No, not me. No.
He goes out there and throws for 500 yards.
So here's my question. I wanted Jim in here because, Rico, I know you agree with me on this. And I think a voice of dissent is a good thing. So I hinted at this when we taped Cash the Ticket today. I am sounding the alarm that nothing to do with the Lions past. I think that's lazy. No PTSD, no SOL, none of it. Football reasons. And Costa had, and we don't have Vito the Value Cactus with us, but
R.I.P.
No, we have to
He
fix
might
it.
be dead.
No, we'll get to it. I may have broken the Value Cactus. The point
is it you breaking things?
Will you please?
Like a cherry snapped him over his knee.
Stop. Here's the deal. Jim is going to bring a power stat to the table that even though he disagrees with what I'm saying, I have sounded the alarm that here, today, the kickoff to Lions playoff week, I'm very afraid. Sunday. So I gave football reasons. And the biggest one, we'll save for last. Jim, I want to know if you remotely value, because that's your word.
There he is. Value.
Do you value each of these? That you give it some value, a lot of value, no value. Okay? Let me give you number one.
Mm-hmm.
And this is verified through Tobacco Boy, a.k.a. TJ Lang. Lions have barely any playoff experience on this team.
Mm-hmm.
And it's first playoff game, pressure at home, pressure prime time, where TJ has said that does change how you play. It changes your mindset. I worry they could come out tight.
Sure, I'll defer to TJ, who's been in those moments. Sure,
There's
some value.
A lot of value or no value?
Just some value,
Okay.
only a couple use.
Okay.
See, I don't think so. Because
You don't?
No, because you play so well in all your primetime games, including Dallas, where a lot of people believe the Lions should have won that
Every
game.
bit as good as Dallas.
Right. So if every primetime game, you were like 5-1, this is business as usual. It's not their first one where I could understand, like, man, bright lights, but you've been on Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, the Thursday night Monday Night Football game. Like, you've been on all the different games. You won them all but one, the Saturday night one. I think you should be okay.
All right, number two. I have said I can't get the imagery of Nick Mullins with his face smushed into his helmet, throwing for basically 800 yards twice in 3 weeks. Like, I am very nervous about Nakua, Cooper Kupp, Stafford, and McVay on the fast track.
Okay. Not much value at all.
Okay, let's hear why.
Couple points. Nick Mullins, 6 interceptions in those 2 games. If it comes with turnovers, you're okay with it. And what I want you to do, and I was saving this for Cash the Ticket later in the week, but we got the mics on.
Just
Let's
have
do
some
it here.
fun. Relax.
No Kyron Williams. Sean McVay is he has to run the ball. Lions will take Kyron Williams out of the game. Look up Matthew Stafford this season without Kyron Williams, without a quality run game. 3 games, they went 1-2. He threw 3 touchdowns. He threw 3 picks. If you don't run the ball and the Lions stop the run, Stafford's going to be put in a position where he may make a couple mistakes.
I like this. Now, here's the thing.
It's been a while since.
I had to go back to September 25th to the last time Kyron Williams averaged less than 4.2 a carry.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
but this Lions run defense is legit, whether you like the secondary or not.
Agreed.
Here's the you got to pick your poison. So if you're that focused on stopping the run, that means that you got 2 receivers, single coverage, and this is a secondary that's given up 200-yard games for the last 3 weeks to a wide receiver, to one wide receiver.
But they've said feast or famine. As long as we get sacks, TFLs, turnovers, and that's been part of the equation. You'll dial it up, you'll stop the run, you'll bring a couple extra guys near the line of scrimmage, and you'll give up a couple big plays.
Yeah,
but if you get the stops and the turnovers, then Rico, they've won 2 of the last 3 and could have been 3 of 3.
Let's go to number 3. I'm saving the big one for last. This one's going to hit close to home because this is his thing. I get concerned if Dan Gamble becomes Dan Campbell. Work with me.
A little reckless.
No. What if he recoils?
Oh, he's not going to do that.
Oh, hold on. Factually speaking, have we ever seen a coach like him in the playoffs? I can't come up with one.
We haven't seen a coach like him, period.
Okay, so he rolls bones in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
What if in the big moment he doesn't do it, or the other end of the spectrum, loses his cool like he did in Dallas?
Yeah.
And goes zany mode.
I think there's a big coaching edge in this game. Sean McVay, if you pay attention to 4th and 2s, 4th and 3s, cowardly punts, settling for field goals, he is the ultimate tail between his legs NFL coach. You give me Dan Campbell on the other side with some gambles and occasional reckless decision-making. I'll take that over a guy who's going to put the punter on the field.
So the volatility doesn't scare you?
No.
Okay. Last one, and this is the big one, obviously. And I said this part to him earlier, and then he was doing research for the Friday pod. I'm terrified of no Sam Laporta, and I don't think he's playing. I think the Lions are smart with how they're phrasing it and what they're doing. Hey, make the Rams game plan. Sam Laporta, to me, is your second most important offensive player behind Amon-Ra St. Brown. It's just how I feel.
Yeah.
And I said, look, anytime they need a big first down, this is who they go to. Well, I didn't realize the level. Jim has a power trend. How many first downs does Rico Beard think Sam Laporta is responsible for this season?
Wow, that's a good question. 25.
Okay. Jim, do you want to? Hold on, let's go around the room. 25 for Rico. To the man who wouldn't sell me tickets because I don't go to church.
I heard the answer.
Then you're out.
Yourself.
Then you're out.
He heard the answer. I didn't hear the question.
Welcome to Kenny Cott.
How many first downs is Sam Laporta responsible for this season?
Oh, boy, that's tough.
Rico said 25.
Yeah, I was going to say averaging probably a couple a game. 25 is not a bad guess. I'd say probably a little less than that. Maybe 20. Yeah.
Okay. Jim Costa to the main stage.
Damn near 50. He's got 48 first downs for the Detroit Lions, the second most on the team, behind only Amon-Ra.
That's what.
I'm sorry, guys. I wanted you to get that point, but there's a reason why Kenny didn't hear the question. We have breaking news.
He's got a ticket?
No.
Oh.
Alabama head coach Nick Saban is retiring.
Oh, my God. I mean, Pete Carroll and Saban on the same day. They're both in their 70s.
Yeah, they are.
Look, let me say this. The Laporta thing, I want to continue with. But the Saban thing, it's no secret. He hates modern college football because any coach with a brain does. It's a miserable existence. There are no rules. You've already got 7 natties, and Miss Terry wants you to go on vacation. If I were a big-time college football coach, I'd leave too. There's no point to it. And we saw it in college basketball. Jay Wright said no mas. Roy, I'm out. Like, Coach K, goodbye. You have to be insane in the current format. Now,
I mean, what's Georgia going to do when Kirby goes to Bama?
Why do you have to hurt Kenny this way?
You know what? I was gonna say something very unsavory to Rico, but you know what? This religious spirit we've all been talking about today, I'm going to take the high road.
No, Kenny, say it. Say it. You're on the radio. Say it.
Say it. Toxic. But can I get the feedback? All right, Saban's out. Laporta, 48 first downs this season. Gone. Some value, a lot of value, no value. In my fear, without him, they are greatly impacted. Jimmy.
A ton of value.
No. To this guy.
To the Stafford lover.
Oh, this is one of those value points. 21% of all first downs he's responsible for.
Gone. Poof. Who's the replacement? Zach Mitchell or whatever his name is?
He has a name.
What is it?
Would you get it right?
James
Mitchell.
Mitchell.
His name's James. It's a great first name.
James, John, Pete, Bob. Who cares? No good.
Yeah, see, he's the safety valve. And all your run game and all that other stuff, when it comes down to it, Laporta moves the chain. He's not there. So I think that's the difference between this game is, man, your backup tight end better be that good. Or hopefully maybe J-Mo plays, stretches the field some.
Practice
so that
today.
Amon-Ra can be the guy that goes across the middle, because that was Laporta. That's where he ate.
My fear is without Laporta, you can now roll all your coverage right, Tom Monroe. And then you're depending on guys. It's not their role to do that. And if Goff has to start making multiple reads and hanging on to the football, well, guess what? The Rams have the same amount of sacks you do. I just think it's a very scary combination. So I do. And yes, here's what Jim and I do on the podcast. If you're so effing sweet, why are you a pick'em on a neutral field against the Rams? Why are you a flat 3-point favorite against a team that, according to you listeners, we are just so much better than? Anyone want to tell me that? I mean, that's not how it works in the playoffs. I mean, the Steelers ain't rolling into Buffalo as 3-point underdogs.
No.
The Packers aren't going down to Dallas as a 3-point dog. Tell me.
Cookies.
No, I'm not mad at him. That's not a him thing.
Oh, no,
I'm
I was
saying,
just asking. Like, he's here, so let's get the most out of Cookies.
I mean, I don't
while
share
he's
the
here.
same level of fear that you do.
What
and I
is
think that
your
both of
level
you, right?
What's your level of concern?
Rico, you're concerned too, right?
Oh, I am very concerned.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, once Laporta went down, I'm sitting there like, this is why you don't play
But
him.
guys, it comes down to this. So much of this is about, Stafford and whatever. It's about the Lions and what they've done over the last 3 years to show that they are a top-to-bottom quality football team. If you believe it, you are not scared.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Nick Saban, retired. Pete Carroll, fired. Story about Vrabel, wild. It's all there for you. But the Lions, I'm sounding the alarm. Here's Rico.
All right. At the beginning of the year, you said you wanted to get in better shape. Well, Planet Fitness heard you. They're the home of the judgment-free zone, and they're saying simply go to your local Planet Fitness with 24 cents. That's less than a quarter. And you can get started with your membership. For 24 cents and $10 a month, Planet Fitness can be the place where you could go and work out judgment-free. And many Planet Fitness has all new cardio equipment. Some have new strength training equipment. And if you say, I don't have time, Rico, you do, because you can get a full-body workout in just 30 minutes on the 30-minute circuit. And all memberships include fitness training. You get all of that for just 24 cents down and $10 a month. Simple, folks. Head over to any of your local Planet Fitness to get started, or you just go online at planetfitness.com. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. 24 cents down, $10 a month, but you got to hurry because this sale ends on July 12th.
Hey, when your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they got you covered 24/7, locally owned for 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft is your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it, they got it. Generators in stock, too. If Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they take $100 off your next day service call. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. By the way, fun fact that's not so fun. Jim Costa on his way out dropped the microphone. Do you know who's fourth on the team in first downs? Khalif Raymond. Together, you are missing 30% of the first downs you've attained this season as you enter this game this weekend.
But hey, you beat the Vikings.
Okay.
That's a proud accomplishment.
I'm making a point. I'm very nervous.
Oh,
David?
by the way.
Yeah, buddy.
I had a listener send a message. Tell Mike he can just listen to Doug and Gator. They're giving away tickets tomorrow for Kenny.
I'd just rather not go to the game. David, ticket text, please. No, I've got Kenny set. I've got it set up.
All right.
You're putting so much pressure.
It's no pressure. But I did find another verse.
I don't want it.
You want to hear it? As the Lord said, David, if you slay Goliath, there's a ticket in it for Kenny.
Ay. Oh, man. Someone says, maybe you will see more Gibbs and Montgomery on the field together with Laporta out. I'm not worried. Okay. Yes, our team is young with no experience, but outside of the core, there are 36 rookies on the Rams roster as well. They've never been in this environment either. They will make mistakes. Someone else says, Mike, you're taking the joy out of everything.
No.
Why are we sounding the alarm? Enjoy.
Because I'm honest. Because I'm honest with my listeners. Because I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not just going to show up to work and burp into the microphone and tell you we're going to win by 40 and do a lion roar. This is a really tough draw for this team. And arguably, the second best offensive player you have and one of the 5 best players on the team is not going to be there. Okay? It concerns me. And here, I don't care. Maybe Cookies is going to get his rocks off listening to this. But while I like Jared Goff and I think Goff is good, he ain't no Joe Burrow. All right? This isn't Peyton Manning in his prime, where if you lost Marvin Harrison, hey, who's that white dentist on the practice squad? Blair White, superstar. Jacob Tammy out of a grocery store. Like, Goff needs his players. All right, so I'm sure Jim is swerving all over the road in excitement. But my point is, when a guy's responsible for 50 first downs in a regular season, and I don't have him, who you replacing him with? Game on the line, 3rd and 6.
Yeah, I didn't think it was 50. I mean,
it's 48. It's 48.
You know what I'm saying? I was thinking like 25. Like, wow, that's. Whew. I knew he was a safety blanket, but. Yeah, when he went down, it was like, oh, this is not good because you need him.
You never know. All right, let's go to the people, see where they're at. We go over to James, 97.1. What's up, James? How you doing?
Well, sadly, Valente did not live up to his promise, and Kenny never made it into the ball game. Sometimes I just miss.
Oh, my God.
And they do. Get busy living. Or get busy dying. No more. What up, gentlemen?
Oh, my God. That's the greatest thing I've ever heard. Oh, my God.
James, I've never met you, but I love you.
Should I call you James or Red? Which one would you like better? Wow.
Well.
All right, James, come on, man. You're killing me.
Listen. So, a couple things. Rico, is it true that the Lions denied Kelly Stafford a request to sit in a fancy private booth?
That's what she was saying on her pod, that she wanted to get into a suite, and I guess they are sold out because they haven't played in forever. So I can see why the suites would be sold out.
Okay. Well, if that came down from the Ford family, if there was a suite available, I love it. And I wish the rest of these Lions Stafford loyalists would take the hint from their friggin' owner and stop the nonsense.
I agree.
With cheering for Matthew, and hopefully there's a video. I want to win. All right? Like Rico, I was at the last playoff game. I was in my 20s with a mullet, and I live with my mama. The only thing that has changed is I don't have a mullet anymore. That being said, stop it. Matthew Stafford is the friggin' enemy.
Right. James, we were talking about it last week. I would be annoyed if they did something special. When you bring him back when he retires and you want to do Stafford Day and do all the I don't care. God bless. Have a good time. James, I want him to take 17 quarterback hits on Sunday. I have no interest in his good time or feelings.
Thank you. And I think sometimes forget these listeners, guys, forget that the Pistons and the Red Wings and the Tigers have taken us to the friggin' mountaintop in Detroit, and we are capable of actually winning and being number one. But you need to get Stafford uncomfortable from the word go, get in his friggin' head, man. So
I agree.
Don't let him in. And a question regarding a recent game against the Broncos. Isn't that a similar type game where a hot team on a winning streak with a great quarterback and a superb mindset of a head coach came into Ford Field? Everyone was worried.
I just think the Rams are better in every way. That's the difference.
Most definitely. I'm trying to draw
I know
here, Mike, like you guys, because it's sphincter time, man. Sphincter time over here.
I know. And I mean, James, there's always going to be a little bit of nerves when your team doesn't get in. First of all, it was an unbelievable Morgan Freeman impersonation. This is the most expensive wild card ticket in the history of the National Football League.
It's doubled in price because yesterday it was like $420. So if it's gone to that.
One thing that I was talking to Evan about, and I don't want to be accusatory, it's just something I have to vet it out, but some of the extra tickets sounds like they were just put on the secondary market, that it wasn't a face value situation, that like there is no face value, that the market is the market. So it is just, and again, I understand if people want to pay crazy to go to it. It's 30 years in the making. Mm-hmm. It's a life thing. It's a life experience. It's a memory. But it's also why I'm scared because, look, for this football team, they've never experienced a game like this. I mean, sure, Goff has, but even for him, it's been, 4 years? He was benched in 20. John Wofford started the playoff game.
He had to go into the game and play relief pitcher.
And outside of him, how many guys on this team have playoff experience? And now not only are you when you're on the road, it's different. World is against us. It's us versus everyone. We got, the whole bit. No, you're at home. You're the expected. You're the favorite, and it's a primetime game. Now, I know what the fans are going to do. They're going to make this the best home field advantage in all of football this weekend.
They've been doing that all last couple of years.
But is the team ready to answer for that?
See, but hold on now. I'm a little confused here, and I get the importance of Laporta here, but he also doesn't have playoff experience. He's a rookie.
Okay.
So you're talking about playoff experience here, but
David, fair. But when he is a superstar.
I understand. He is. He's very important.
I just get who's replacing him?
Brock Wright.
He's a nice second or third tight end, but let's not get carried away now.
The only thing I'm worried about with Sam Laporta is just the run game. I think you can supplement the passing game and get first downs and routes. Other people can run those routes. It's the run game.
I see Laporta as the fact that when you start focusing too much on Gibbs and too much on Montgomery, the play action, he's like Cooper Kupp. He's wide open.
Very true. Very true.
And without that, no offense, Brock Wright ain't running them routes. Now, Brock Wright at the goal line, Brock Wright on a 3rd and short, Brock Wright in the flat, we're good. But, come on now. Like, if Kelsey goes down and they're playing Noah Gray or whatever his name is, they're not the same. If Kittle goes down and they try to moonlight Juszczyk out there, not the same. Mark Andrews goes down. All right, they drafted Isaiah Likely. Okay, noted. But we don't have that. I don't know. Lions by 50. I don't feel like dealing with it anymore. 248-539-9797. Hungry Howie's, there's nothing better than a pepperoni pizza, and I'll tell you what, it'll be a hell of a lot cheaper than a ticket to the game. The Pepperoni Duo, the pizza of the month, double the pepperoni, 2 different styles, the classic and the cupped, little satellite dish doot-to-doos. They got them all, $9.99. The mix and match, $6.99. Anything on the menu, pair them up, dinner on table, 30 minutes. You're not going to the game? You don't feel like laying out the money? Get a pizza, relax at home. You'll come out $800 ahead. A large pepperoni duo, $9.99, only at Hungry Howie's. I got to tell you, this is as scared as I am about the weekend, and we're going to get to your calls. This is something I love it because I hate this guy. But I brought this up on the kickoff show with Boomer. This a couple weeks ago, I go, I'm getting some vibes. Pete Carroll, there might be something up there in Seattle. Like DK Metcalf wants out. Any shot, they get rid of him. And I got served the poo-poo platter. Cutscene. Seahawks have fired Pete Carroll today. See you later, you gum-chewing idiot. Get out. Guy's been a cheerleader his whole life. He's not a coach. He's a clapper.
Just another job for Harbaugh.
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
How dare you?
I am joking.
How dare you?
But everything that opens up seems to be.
But you know what?
Harbaugh.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Hey, but this may be a spot for Ben Johnson.
Oh, but with weapons they've got?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Now
Here's the thing. Pete Carroll was 70-something. It's time.
You think the NCAA investigation's finally caught up to him?
No. David on the ticket text. Let's get to the people. But Pete Carroll out. So add that to the list of jobs that's
Well,
up.
and they got the number 16 pick, so it's not like they can go out and get a new quarterback to replace Geno.
I don't think
Get Russell Wilson back.
Okay, you're both out of hand. Let's go. Ticket text.
Shut your whorish mouths. Lions will win by 10 or more. Todd in Farmington Hills, hashtag Laporta will play.
Love you too, Todd.
So the quarterback that went to the Super Bowl doesn't mean anything about playoff experience. That is from Kay.
53-man roster. Think bigger. Who? Zaman Ramani experience? J-Mo? Laporta's not playing. None of your other tight ends do. Any of your offensive line have experience? How about your running backs? Who on defense? Aiden? Benito Jones?
Sutton.
The ghost of Isaiah Buggs? Who?
I mean, CJ.
Yeah, Sutton and CJ.
Okay, my point is on a 53-man roster, you might have 5 guys.
Right.
It's an issue.
So at that point, they're all gathering. Tell us what the playoffs is like.
Tell me a football story, Dad.
What's it like? Is it any different when you walk through the tunnel?
Stafford will not be able to hear in the first home playoff game in forever. They will be them. The crowd will. I'm not afraid of the Rams. I'm not afraid of Stafford.
One problem, Stafford never hears in any game. Go ahead.
No, I was about to say, they don't have a home field. Their home field gets taken over by everybody when the Rams play somebody.
Nobody knows who we are. It's a silent count at home.
Yes.
By the way, Stafford played here for a decade.
So, yeah, they may be the best team at silent counting because they can't hear in their own home stadium.
Someone says, there he is, Mike the Hater. The Lions will win.
Mike the Hater, the guy who before none of you spineless jellyfish picked him to win the division, I was there. I'm using football reasons. And Sam Laporta being out is a headliner for me. Go ahead, I don't care. You blame me.
You're not being a hater, Mike. No. What is happening is you're not saying that they're going to win, they're pretty, and they're special. You gave football reasons, but I think the people who call you a hater, they're more the people who I think you're afraid of this game for Lions past history reasons.
Right, which has nothing to do with where I'm at. And by the way, how about I'm man enough to tell you I'm afraid? Tell you I'm nervous about the game. I could take the easy way out. I could lie to all of you.
I look at that secondary, and I look at what Justin Jefferson just having a field day. And then it's like, wow, he had that game. And then CeeDee Lamb set a record on you. I mean, they were just throwing him the ball, and you could not cover him. And I do think that may have been part of the reason why you went for 2, because you couldn't cover CeeDee Lamb in that game. And you figured in overtime, maybe he just breaks another one and scores.
Let's go to the people. Let's see. Hey, you're not afraid? No one's mad at you. But I don't know why you're afraid. If people are concerned, you got a very tough draw. And by the way, if you're so sweet, why does Vegas think you're the same? You're a Spider-Man meme against this team on a neutral field.
Your only advantage, it's here. That's it.
And it's an advantage.
No, it is, but I'm saying.
You're not going in like Buffalo. You're not going in like Dallas.
Hey, what was Buffalo, like 10.5 points?
It's something. Go to Evan, 97.1. What's up, Evan? Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
I hate that I agree with you, Mike. I feel like I do every time Tom Izzo walks into a game that he's favored to win. You want to believe, but you know that there's a curtain and just the whole history behind the same old Lions. I'll admit, I agree with Rico. The same old Lions still plays into it with me. It just seems like a trap game.
So what are you more afraid of? Are you more afraid of your past, or are you more afraid of the opponent of present?
I am going to slither into a hole if Stafford stops us from winning a playoff game again.
It would hurt. It would hurt. It would not be something any of us would get over quick.
It would destroy the city.
Come on, imagine coming on the air Monday afternoon after Stafford beats us. I mean, I just don't even want to experience what that would feel like.
Well, you're lucky you wouldn't have to because the Pistons are on at 3.
Let's hear the whistle blowing.
I tried to get him off this station. Now we couldn't even move him because guess who else plays in a zippity-doo-dah Monday afternoon game?
No, it's the
Michigan, Ohio State.
It's the MLK game, and it's going to be the game where they bring the national trophy out.
I don't care.
You're a hater.
Your team is 3-34. You know where your games ought to be broadcast?
Don't say it.
The moon. But no, I don't want to think about doing that show. Monday, Tuesday, this lifetime, or the next. But I'm not going to lie to my listeners and be like, it's all good, we're going to cruise. I have very specific football reasons I'm nervous.
And I think some people have football reasons. I think other people have, I don't want to use the letters, but you know what letters they are. You're afraid of this Lions past, and you think it's going to catch up to you, and you think that Stafford coming into Ford Field and knocking you out of the playoffs will be the latest chapter in this history.
I'll give you another reason.
Next?
No. No, F that. We're doing it right now. What if Dan Gamble turns into Dan Campbell? Oh, see, whoa, look, we're in Vegas. We're partying. That's the regular season. Now, what happens in a playoff game if he stops being aggressive? What happens if he's already shown he could lose his temper and lose his cool and go for it when he shouldn't? I just don't know about a coach who's never been to a playoff game as the head man. And now, think about this. 4th and an inch, we're at midfield, we're up by 3, late third quarter.
You're going for it.
But what if he doesn't? Because it's the playoffs. See, everybody can roll bones in the regular season. Have we ever seen a coach like Dan Campbell?
So he's at the high stakes table now.
Now you're in high limit.
Okay.
Now he's got that rent money up on the table. He's Chevy Chase in Vegas Vacation. He lost it all. We're digging up jars in Cousin Eddie's yard.
Yeah, kids' college.
So here's my question. How do we know how Campbell will react? And what if the pressure of the moment gets to him and he dovetails out of aggression and goes conservative?
I can't see that happening. I understand what you're saying. I think it's in his DNA. That, as a matter of fact, when it's 4th and 2 and you're anywhere near the 40, I just assume you're going for it.
Have we ever seen a coach like him coach in the playoffs?
He's a more aggressive Sean Payton.
But nothing close to this man has set foot on a sidelines in the playoffs.
No.
So that's another unknown. Oh, you can call me a hater all you like. I'm nervous. Nervous. And guess what? Kenny doesn't even want to talk to me, but there'll come a moment. And by the way, Kenny, I am currently working.
There's a reason why Kenny doesn't want to talk to you.
No, because I'm doing a loop-de-loo that if I can't get him in the luxury box, I'm still getting him a ticket to the game. Mm-hmm. I can't help it that clients took his seat. Don't put that evil on me.
Poor Kenny. He's like the little kid waiting. He's the last kid to get picked up from Little League, waiting on Dad. Where's Dad at?
I offered. Listen.
Somebody call the bar. Tell
he,
Dad to come pick me up.
Hey, if he doesn't go, I don't go. That's the deal.
Kenny already got the tuxedo.
You know
rented.
what? David, hit a button. This man, stop. We'll get your calls.
Sadly, Kenny never made it to the game.
Northville Lumber, we talk about them all
I got a
the time.
joke for you, but it's so inappropriate. You know what? David,
nobody sells more.
Hit that
Northville.
button. I got to tell you, this is as scared as I am about the weekend, and we're going to get to your calls. This is something
and they can do it.
God, I love it because I hate this guy.
The warehouse.
But I brought this up on the kickoff show with Boomer. Just a couple weeks ago, I go, I'm getting some vibes.
Build that deck.
Pete Carroll.
Introduce you to a Trex
there might be
certified
something
pro,
up there
and
in
they
Seattle.
install
Like
all
DK Metcalf wants out. Any shot they get rid of. And I got served the poo-poo platter. Cutscene.
That's Northville
Seahawks have fired Pete Carroll today. See you later, you gum-chewing idiot. Get out. Guy's been a cheerleader his whole life. He's not a coach. He's a clapper.
Just another job for Harbaugh.
No.
See, I don't know.
How dare you?
I am joking.
How dare you?
But everything that opens up seems to be.
But you know what?
Harbaugh.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Hey, but this may be a spot for Ben Johnson.
Oh, but with weapons they've got?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Now
Here's the thing. Pete Carroll was 70-something. It's time.
You think the NCAA investigations finally caught up to him?
No. David on the ticket text. Let's get to the people. But Pete Carroll out. So add that to the list of jobs. That's
Well,
open.
and they got the number 16 pick, so it's not like they can go out and get a new quarterback to replace Geno.
I don't think
Get Russell Wilson back.
Okay, you're both out of hand. Let's go. Ticket text.
Shut your whorish mouths. Lions will win by 10 or more. Todd in Farmington Hills, hashtag Laporta will play.
Love you too, Todd.
So the quarterback that went to the Super Bowl doesn't mean anything about playoff experience. That is from Kay.
53-man roster. Think bigger. Who? Zaman Ramani experience? J-Mo? Laporta's not playing. None of your other tight ends do. Any of your offensive line have experience? How about your running backs? Who on defense? Aiden? Benito Jones?
Sutton.
The ghost of Isaiah Buggs? Who?
I mean, CJ.
Yeah, Sutton and CJ.
Okay, my point is on a 53-man roster, you might have 5 guys.
Right.
It's an issue.
So at that point, they're all gathering. Tell us what the playoffs is like.
Tell me a football story, Dad.
What's it like? Is it any different when you walk through the tunnel?
Stafford will not be able to hear in the first home playoff game in forever. They will be them. The crowd will. I'm not afraid of the Rams. I'm not afraid of Stafford.
One problem, Stafford never hears in any game. Go ahead.
No, I was about to say, they don't have a home field. Their home field gets taken over by everybody when the Rams play somebody.
Nobody knows who we are. It's a silent count at home.
Yes.
By the way, Stafford played here for a decade.
So, yeah, they may be the best team at silent counting because they can't hear in their own home stadium.
Someone says, there he is, Mike the Hater. The Lions will win.
Mike the Hater, the guy who before none of you spineless jellyfish picked him to win the division, I was there. I'm using football reasons. And Sam Laporta being out is a headliner for me. Go ahead, I don't care. You blame me. All right, David, a couple of the ticket texts. The rest of this week, it is the build-up, man. I still can't believe that Laporta stat.
No. And then, by the way, if you guys are just joining us, reports are Nick Saban is retiring.
Kirby Smart, $20 million a year. Make it happen. Kenny, you shake your head, but what do you think Alabama's about to do?
They're about to go scorched earth looking for a coach if they haven't already found the replacement. I'm guessing they knew this was coming. And
would you not, if you're Alabama, throw 20 a year at Kirby?
Oh, sure. I'd throw the offer there.
Okay, so it starts there. Now, I'm not telling you Georgia wouldn't match, but if you can't get Kirby, my next call would be Dan Lanning.
Yeah.
I think Dan Lanning is a superstar.
Now, another one, but I don't know if he would fit in the SEC, is Kalen DeBoer.
He ain't ready for that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if he's ready for SEC football. Yeah, no, they want him more.
I think he's probably best served to stick right where he's at. Yes, David.
Maybe it goes full circle, and Harbaugh goes to Alabama.
Okay, now you're just trolling at an immense rate. David, go ahead, buddy.
Frank in Livonia says Josh Reynolds is no Laporta, but he can be clutch in the first down area guy for the game. Also, Goff loves and trusts him. Okay.
Guys, you know what? Forget it. It's too late in the day. I'm not going to get upset. Just leave it alone.
Someone has said, I greatly enjoyed the segment on weaknesses for each team. Now I get to pay attention to the matchups.
Okay, then. Well, David patting himself on the back.
No, I'm reading what texts are coming in. That's all. Someone says Sweeney, Dabo Sweeney to Georgia. To Alabama.
You know what? If this was 4 years ago, yeah. Dabo doesn't like to recruit that hard. He doesn't like NIL. No. He's not into the portal.
Dabo should retire next if he's not going to change how he coaches.
Yeah. I think Lanning is probably – now the thing is, what do you do with all those guys who transferred out to Oregon?
They transferred to Alabama.
So Dylan Gabriel heads to Alabama.
What difference does it make? There's no rules.
No,
That's why
you're right.
Saban left. There's no rules.
You're right. Mike
It's
wins.
insanity.
Mike wins.
Whee! Alabama, 38 new transfers 2 weeks before the season. It's just what we're doing here.
Maybe he gets his Aflac commercial buddy take over.
Oh, Coach Prime?
Yeah.
I think that would be a grave error. Deion needs to prove he can build something. I hate to break it to Fox because I know they want to make Deion a superstar. I love having Deion in college football. I love the fun of it. I love the idea of it. I'm fascinated to see if it works. You have to be somebody to get the head coaching job at Alabama. You don't get to just be in commercials. That's ridiculous.
Are we going to do the too early for college football thing this week?
I don't know. We'll see.
Because, I'll just give. Do you know what the over-under is for Colorado for next year?
4.5, 5?
Yes.
Yeah, I hate to break it to people. Deion has kind of missed a key portion of the job. It's called recruiting.
I was just about to say.
He's not doing it. They are not signing anyone. They're just using the portal.
And that has to be the base of your team.
That's where player development takes place. I can't help you. Can't help you.
Let me read one more here before we get to Jeff down at the LCA. This Rams team is equivalent to last year's Lions team if last year's team went to the playoffs.
You mean dangerous?
Yes.
You mean like last year when I said nobody wanted a piece of you? Yeah, just like that. Bring Rieger in the mix, will you, please?
What's up, boys? How are you?
What's up,
What's
buddy?
going on? What's going on? I do want to ask a question. I was listening. You got me a little freaked out about your weaknesses for the Detroit Lions. I want to get your thoughts, and I want you to be just honest with me. Stafford coming back to town. This is the biggest game we've ever witnessed for the Detroit Lions. I mean, unless you were alive in 1957, I don't think you can dispute that. If they lose, like you're afraid they're going to lose, how much does that set things back? Like, are we willing to use the acronym? I don't want to say it in your presence.
I think it'd be lazy.
Lazy?
Everything I have is about football.
No.
Everything I have is about matchups. It's about who you drew.
I'll say this, Mike. You are talking football. I see where Rieger is going with this. And, Rieger, I do think that it would be the latest chapter in the acronyms. It would go right up there with the process. It would go right up there with the picked up flag. It would go up right up with the pass back and forth with Schwartz and the flag that he threw on the touchdown that the refs were about to give to him.
The
Taking
game in
the win.
Seattle,
yeah,
the Aaron Rodgers back and
No.
forth kind of thing.
Yeah.
No, but Mike, let me sell this to you very quickly.
You can do whatever you want. My answer is no.
You lose to Matthew Stafford, the man responsible, at least in my eyes,
Because
for a
they
lot
were
of
the better
torment.
team, not because of anything that happened in your broke bleep past as a franchise. I think it's lazy. Now, if you lose by intergalactic NFL screw job, well,
that's
then
never happened before.
Right. Then we're talking something different. But Jeff, you're down 30% of your first downs with Khalif Raymond and Laporta.
I heard that stat. That's insane, by the
You're
way. 50,
facing a
48 first
team.
downs.
That's not Nick Mullins over there. This is Stafford with a healthy Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua.
Also a team that started 3-6 at one point.
Well, and think about this. You also needed Nick Mullins to throw those interceptions in order to beat them.
Yeah, I guess, but you can also look at CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson. They had what, like a combined 800 yards against the Lions in the last 3 weeks?
That's my point.
Yeah, and I understand that, but how many points did the Lions actually give up?
Yeah,
they
but
gave up 20. They held Dallas, Mike, to half the points that they average at home.
I understand.
I'm just saying.
Okay,
they give up a
great.
ton of
So, all
yards.
right, do you want it? I'm going to ask you before you do this, so be careful
What's
now.
up?
Do you
What's
really want to use a singular data point?
No. I'm just saying I think it's going to be a tough game without a doubt. But I am worried about the ramifications of a loss. And I do wonder, considering it would be this
The ramifications are it's going to destroy this fan base, and it's going to be awful, and I don't want it, and I don't want to think about
Nobody
it.
wants it.
Well, I'm not going to come on the air and lie to the listener, okay? I'm not going to do what other people do and just be like, zippity-doo-dah, this is great. Like, what is that? That's not even radio.
I'm
what,
not even
come on the
asking
air
you
and
to-
not have an opinion? I don't do that.
My goodness gracious. I mean, some people don't even talk about Stafford coming back. I'm just asking the question. It's something I wonder about. And Mike, could you do it for me? My podcast, it's called the what?
The Daily Ticket.
Thank you. That was the segment. That was the topic on the Daily Ticket. If they lose this game, are people going to think it's SOL?
I don't care what
Because
people
of
think
who
because
they
most
lose
people
to.
are stupid.
Oh, my God. Fine. We're here at the Pistons game, by the way.
Oh, by the way.
What, Rico?
Now, non-Lions related, talking about Alabama. I can't believe we did not mention this guy's name as possible
What,
head
that Jim
coach.
Harbaugh made him retire? Have you guys gone over that yet?
They just go get Urban Meyer and pay him that money he demanded.
Wouldn't hate it. Wouldn't hate it. I still think Kirby or Dan Lanninger's your two. You offer Kirby $20 million a year.
Kenny would be outside of the Georgia athletic department like Jon Snow.
Yeah, but no! I'm just making a point. The money ain't real down there.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do whatever. Hey, do you want the key to the state? Like, they'll give him the state. They'll do whatever. All right, Reegs, take it away, will you, please? We'll talk to everybody
Boys, take
tomorrow
care.
at 2. We continue our march to the playoff game. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry I was real with you guys today. Maybe we'll do sprinkles and bubble bats tomorrow. It'll be exciting. Good night, everybody.